You all agree?
Good morning, Aaron.
Good morning, Joe. Morning, Charles. Morning. Hi, Nick. Good morning. Morning, William. Morning, Michelle. Good morning. Welcome to the event.
Good morning.
If you have any tech issues or if you need anything, just approach me, okay?
Sure. So I need to start this panel in 4 minutes about CBRS and 5G. What do I need to do?
Oh, okay. Let me go ahead and ask Cheryl so they can assist you with that. Wait one sec.
Dev?
Yes.
Hey, so you're actually supposed to join through the Zoom link that Rich sent you panel.
Start again.
Rich sent you his not going to be on the platform.
So I need to join the Zoom call. Is that what you said?
Yeah, it should be fresh in your inbox. He just sent it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So
Good morning,
he
guys.
close out of the platform and join the Zoom.
So I can get out of the platform?
Sorry, what was that?
Hello?
Hold on 1 second.
You could probably stay in the platform and just log in on the Zoom.
Okay.
Sit your person down on the stage. Yeah. Put him in a chair and then log in on the Zoom invite.
Or I can log out. Can you guys see me in Zoom?
I'm checking right now. Yep, I see you on.
But let's see how
I see
things
you on the Zoom.
progress.
So, if you
see
could
what-
exit the
how much
platform
time
and
we have,
stay on the
please.
Zoom.
Dev, how are you?
Good. How are you, Rich?
Good. Good. So I've got your questions from our practice.
Morning, guys. Just take a seat. Feel comfortable. Morning, Richard.
Okay, let's see. Click to sit.
Alex, you're being a little bit close to me right now.
Uh,
I don't have my regular microphone on, but if you zoom in, you can, like if you go above the screen where Deb's going to be in the middle. Can you hear me by the chance? Because I'm using my PC mic.
I can hear you great.
Okay. If you zoom in, it'll fill up. And you did a better avatar than me.
Put a lot of time into my avatar.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Morning.
We're going to be starting in a few minutes. Proactively, I'm going to be muting everybody. If you have any questions, please use a public chat and we will get them to the panelists as well as the panelists will be joining us on the platform about 2 minutes after the panel is over. So if you have any question, you can also ask them. Thank you for joining us and we will talk to you all soon. Peter, the floor is all yours.
Morning, guys. For any tech issues, just approach me so we can assist you.
You are live.
Morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the Connected Virtual Tech Event. I'm really pleased to be here with an esteemed panel, and thank you all for joining us for day 2. We had a really, really interesting day 1. A few glitches on the first few minutes, but we worked those out, and generally the comments that we got from people using the platform yesterday were wildly optimistic and successful in terms of their ability to use the platform and enjoying it. So what I'd like to do without further ado is go into our panel for today, Embracing CBRS and 5G, the value of a private LTE for real estate. I think that this is probably the most highly anticipated panel that we'll do for our real estate and our wireless viewers. So without further ado, I'd like to start with Dr. Derek Peterson, let everybody introduce themselves, and then we'll begin the questions. So Derek, you want to go first?
Sure. Hello, everyone. Good to see you and virtually here. I'm Dr. Derek Peterson. I'm a CBRS board member and treasurer. And then also I'm the CTO for Boingo Wireless. Great to be here with you.
Eunice, you want to go next? I'm sorry, Dr. Boo, you can go. You're muted.
Good morning, my name is John Yivu. I'm the VP of Engineering for CTS, and glad to be here. Thank you.
Eunice?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Yunus Shaddad. I'm head of Ericsson's indoor business development, and enterprise sales for certain accounts, and been with their excellent for at least 20 plus years, and really good to be here. Thank you.
Great. Slavko?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Slavko Djukic, Vice President of Technology and Product Line Management at Solid. Very happy to be here and looking forward to it.
Great. Dev, you're muted.
Thanks. Thanks about that, Rich. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dev Khosla. I'm with Nokia. I lead our sales and business development activities for Industry 4.0 efforts towards the enterprises. In particular, that includes private LTE, 5G, and IoT. Really glad to be here, and it's a privilege and honor to be a part of this distinguished panel. Thank you.
Gotcha. So, Derek, let's start with you. If you unmute, please. You are with the CBRS Alliance, also known as the OnGo, a very, very sort of close friend of the company's and a giant in the real estate business. A fellow named John Gilbert has talked about CBRS as the great gift that the government has given to the commercial real estate folks and real estate in general. And I've really loved that as a theme to kick off. So what is the great gift and why is it meaningful? And what is the story with CBRS and what we can use it for?
Well, I think one of the things we're all learned in this new world is connectivity is essential. It's the fourth necessity. You know, you got water, you got power, you got electricity, and you need connectivity. And what the FCC did, and we have to applaud the FCC for this, is they went ahead and expedited innovation in the United States by focusing on being able to make LTE available to everyone. You know, it's an opportunity with OnGo for us to really understand how to take advantage of LTE across the board in our real estate environment as well. And it's really starting to establish this global footprint and global way of being able to share spectrum, which is really important as we look forward and we start connecting more and more of these buildings. And so it's really a great opportunity for all of us to focus in on how to create an in-building wireless for these real estate locations. And that opportunity to do that happened because of the effort being put forth by the CBRS Alliance. And as you know, we're changing our name, hopefully here to OnGo soon, so we could take that global initiative farther and then really just push that forward and focus in on how to create great LTE connectivity wherever you are.
So tell us more about CBRS is a frequency band. It's not a technology. So help us to understand what that means for someone who might be in the real estate business and says, you mean to tell me I can have a private network in my building? So how would that work? How do you use this frequency? And what does it mean for a private party who wants to have a communications network?
Well, what the FCC did is they established an opportunity for us to have different layers of this spectrum. So we have incumbents who were originally on this CBRS band in the 3.5, and those incumbents weren't utilizing that band to its full extent. And so the way we're taking advantage of this is we're allowing the incumbents to continue to use that band, you know, for radars, for ships and those things. But in addition to that, there was an auction done recently and over the summer that allowed people to participate and buy 70 megahertz of that band. Then there's an additional 80 megahertz of that band that's available to everybody as kind of this general use bands, kind of like Wi-Fi. Anybody can use it in that band. They use it. We use a SAS, a spectrum assistant system that allows us to understand who has that band, who's utilizing it, so that we don't step on each other, like what we see with Wi-Fi and other technologies. And so we're actually assigning who's going to use it and communicating and having that communication and that network smarts that you used to an LT available to this band as well. So it's really an opportunity now that we have that spectrum available for these real estate locations to either purchase, and we've seen some of them purchase some of that 70 megahertz, and or take advantage of this 80 megahertz and GAA and be able to launch an LTE service inside their building. And it's fairly easy. It's a, you know, you stand up the nodes, you register with the SAS, and you set up your network, and depending on how you're setting up, whether they're using an IoT case or whether they're using it for some kind of commercial connection, you already have that available to you to be able to create a great connection for your residents and or for the operations of your residency.
So can anybody use the unlicensed spectrum to do anything they like with it? Or are there restrictions? What is the background of what needs to be, what do you need to consider before you do this?
Yeah, I mean, the key thing is, and we're going to be talking about that on this panel a little bit more, and you know, we're doing it at Boingo as well. It's really just understanding all the different connectivities you're going to have inside your building, and then focusing in on the technologies you have available, and then finding the right use case to take advantage of this PLT connection. So one of the things that we've been utilizing a lot for is for, you know, cameras and some of this touchless experience that we're trying to create in residencies. So the key thing is to find out that use case you want to do. So let's say it's touchless experience. So you want to be able to have cameras and door locks and be able to let people in without having to touch in an apartment complex. So what you end up doing is you establish that network for that devices that you have. You end up getting those devices connect to the network in very similar ways that you're used to with Wi-Fi, right? So you just have to register that device with the network that you're establishing. And then of course you have to register those radio nodes with the SAS. And so you register those radio nodes with the SAS, and then you're able to start broadcasting so that those devices connect. So it's really just a couple extra steps from Wi-Fi, but it's actually fairly easy to do, and it's something that more residences are going to take advantage of.
Got it. So I've got lots more questions, but I want to move on to Dr. Boo. You work for an integrator. And work with some of the most prominent real estate companies in the country. So can you give us some examples, taking what Derek said and taking to the next level? So give us some use cases, some actual real world situations that you've actually been working on, Dr. Boo, and tell us about those and how they work.
Sure, I think, thanks for the opportunity. Yes, we're involved in a number of commercial real estate deployment of CBRS. One of the examples we are involved in is a cluster of residential multi-dwelling units that includes some leasing offices, apartment complex, the pool and gyms, outdoor common areas. The purpose of that deploying a CBRS network is to provide internal private communication for the operations of these residential areas. Also, like Derek said, one of the major use case for CBRS is actually security camera. So in order to connect all the cameras wirelessly through the private LTE network, and then bring the traffic and the security of the private LTE versus Wi-Fi, so that the private network provide much better security accessibility than the traditional Wi-Fi networks. And another way of using CBRs in this particular case is to provide wireless internet service to all the tenants or the residents in this particular residential areas in order to replace the traditional cabling or traditional wiring to all the units. We designed to have wireless LTE access points throughout the whole building to provide wireless internet services for all the tenants there. Another use case we're involved in is actually a retail outdoor retail space where you have shopping centers and storefronts, also pedestrian walkways, and also a parking structure, actually outdoor parking areas that needs to be covered. And in here, same again, the security camera is one major use case. Another interesting use case in this particular case is a IoT sensors for car wash. In this particular retail establishment, there's a high-end car wash that's actually automated. So you need sensors to make sure the car go through and then check the engine lights, check all the oil leaks. So there's a automated IoT sensors that are running on the cellular technology. We're able to bring that technology into the CBRS network. And as Derek is saying, it's really about how you define the use case, what kind of application you can run on your private network. A third use case is very common to a lot of the real estate commercial developers is a mixed-use commercial building with offices, retail, and parking garages. So this is a high-rise building with retail space on the lower floors and then a underground parking structure. In this particular case, we designed a CBRs to provide internal communication, push-to-talk, and also some smart parking technology that where you can identify the parking space and then use cellular technology to control the lighting and also give the operations to indication how many slots available, how many parking areas available, and then make sure the premium slots is not taken by, some of the slots are reserved for the VPs, VIPs are not taken by somebody else. So these are very actual practical applications that we're involved in. Some of them actually being, we have done some trial and pilots, but unfortunately due to the COVID-19, none of this really actually been put into real construction yet. Hopefully in the next year, we'll really put our plan and the design into actual deployment. So we'll see how this private LTE network really works in the actual environment.
So one of the things that is an actual running CBRS program is at the American Dream, and I'm not allowed to call it a mall, the American Dream Entertainment Complex. If it ever reopens, and I hope to God it does, but that is a really interesting, enormous new entertainment complex on the grounds of Giants Stadium in the Meadowlands. And on a Sunday afternoon, in the warm weather, there's an indoor pool complex, an indoor water park, I should say. And Giant games could be letting out at 4 p.m. or 1 p.m., starting at 1 p.m. And thousands and thousands of people are crowding into that small area at the same time. So there was a CBRS network put into place at American Dream. Can you talk us through that experience and what was the usage there and how it went?
Yes, we were not directly involved in this opportunity, but I was talking to our colleagues and then get some detail about this deployment. What I know about this is that the main use case here is the digital signage and some of the security camera on the digital signage. The purpose of using CBR is so that those signage can be located wherever they need to be. There's no need to run fiber through the parking garages, and that those signage can be used during the traffic times when the game's over, they can design to direct the traffic into different locations, and then they also provide you the backup connectivity for those cameras, make sure the traffic flows as desired. And then one of the main benefit of that is you can add additional features to the signage where you can put some announcement on there, and besides the traffic also tells out what the traffic or surrounding areas and all the announcement of the events in there, so that all these are being provided by the private network and without have to run cabling to the connectivity cable to the signages. So that provides a lot of flexibility and also cost savings to the mall owners or shopping center owners to be able to do design and locate these signages as they desire.
Yeah, we can't call it a mall.
Yes, sorry about that.
Thank you. So Slavko, I'm going to give you the difficult task of connecting two dots here that everybody in my world has called and asked to scratch their head over, which is, what the heck does CBRS have to do with 5G? And why does that matter to anyone at this stage? Because my understanding, or the understanding of a lot of folks who have looked at CBRS, is that 5G is something the carriers are doing at whatever frequencies they own. What does CBRS have to do with that, and how can it benefit real estate owners by connecting those two dots?
Thanks, Rich. Well, as we said at the beginning of the panel, CBRS is nothing but additional spectrum. So being an additional spectrum, it becomes a additional tool in a big toolbox that we as the industry have. As we always say, there's no silver bullet to any solution. So first of all, what is the problem we're trying to solve? Is it in the building? Is it in a rural area? Is it fixed wireless? If we focus on the enterprise, what does the enterprise want to solve? They must have a problem. If they don't have a problem, they don't need us. So as far as coming up with the right solution, that's where it needs to start from. Being just a piece of or a slice of a spectrum, 5G can naturally be deployed over the CBRS band, just like 4G can. You were bringing up a good point. We're here in 2020. We've auctioned off a lot of CBRS spectrum, and question will become, I think, more often and often is, why are you guys even talking about private 4G? If 5G is in the news, 5G is everywhere else. The question needs to be answered always in the context of the problem. So 5G, certainly, we can deploy it over the same spectrum, but what is the problem we're trying to solve? Is it the latency? Is this an automated factory, BMW or some other car manufacturing place where a lot of robots have to be in sync down to a millisecond or microsecond? And if we have to go that route, then obviously 5G provides some benefits over 4G. If problems we're trying to solve in an enterprise are more related to maybe Wi-Fi not performing as good as it should in certain parts of the facility or for certain applications, maybe just pure quality of service, maybe that mobility that we talk about a lot, maybe the privacy and security that financial world, the hospitals really care about, then 4G is probably the route to start. Whichever way you go, the most important thing is to know the path moving forward. We start with the problem today. We anticipate problems in the future. So how do you then migrate in certain portions of your enterprise from Wi-Fi to 4G to 5G in the future is a very important and interesting conversation.
Gotcha. So what you're saying is that the spectrum that I have with my CBRS frequencies that I can then use to run 5G over, I can use it for 4G, I can use it for other things too. What's the process for me to try and do that? What would I have to do? What would I have to know? Who would I have to be involved with to get to use the unlicensed CBRS spectrum to run 5G for my building?
The process is similar to what we already discussed here. So like I said, and I'm going to be like a parrot. Let's start with the problem. Who in the industry, puts everything together? Obviously, there are integrators, on this panel who look at the problem. They decide what is the best solution for that problem. What kind of solution? What kind of architecture? What is the is cost of solving a problem today 99% of the problem versus maybe 50% of the problem, and the customer wants to see how 2 to 3 years from now this will migrate to 5G, or do we start with 5G on day one? So it's really looking at a case by case. Dr. Blue discussed some use cases and associated business cases are what will drive this forward. Without those two, we're going to have a hard time growing it.
Got it. Gotcha. So Eunice, I'm going to move on to you. I guess the interesting thing, we talked about this panel as a discussion of private networks. So why are enterprises investing in private networks? What's the value prop for them, and why are they doing it?
No, that's a great question. And I think the answer to that question really lies in 5 key points. And Dr. Boo talked about certain use cases, certain examples. And if I paint the broader picture, number 1 is you look at the enterprise specific requirements. And these requirements anywhere from control, security, agility to make the changes that the enterprises need in that space. And then, of course, coverage is a very important one. Examples of that, is you look at the high data transfer. There's tons of data now being created at some of these enterprises, which needs to be moved from one location to the other. Autonomous operation, high definition video. These are some of the examples, to add to what we discussed in this lead panel earlier. Second one is new revenue or cost efficiency. Examples we talked about, even some of the landlords need have coverage. They need to, as a prerequisite to signing some of the leases, as an example. So helping bring some of that new revenue in, reducing the cost is another one. And sometimes it's not even reducing the cost, it's understanding what that cost is and making sure you can anticipate what those costs are. Number 3, what has really helped in the last few years is low cost deployment options for these solutions. In the past, we used to have these high cost active DAS solutions as the only ones. And in the last couple of years, we as an industry have made so many advances where there are now low cost options available for small cell deployment. So that makes it much more attractive from a business case, back to what Slavko's point was, to make that business case much more viable for these enterprises to deploy. Point number 4 is the increased value in the property itself. And I kind of touched upon that earlier when I talked about the leases. We've seen improvement as high as 20% in some of the properties as a result of having an indoor network inside these buildings. And the last point, not the least, is, in the past, you used to have a much more open investments coming in from the likes of the mobile network operators here in North America. And we've seen that some of those plans of record, as many of them call them, the investments from them have kind of gone down, which means the need hasn't gone away, but the investments from the operators has gone down, which is another reasons why we see the enterprises wanting to invest in this direction.
Gotcha. So Dev, last but certainly not least, I want to introduce you, and I also want to thank you. By the way, Nokia, your company is our platinum sponsor for the event, and we really appreciate that. This is a free event for everyone listening and viewing, and so the folks like you, the sponsors and the exhibitors, have made this possible. So Dev, talk to us about the LTE ecosystem. And we're talking about a lot of things here. We're talking about private LTE, we're talking about CBRS, we're talking about 5G. Talk to us about the ecosystem. Nokia is involved in many, many, many of these pieces. So talk us through that, and what does the ecosystem itself look like for all of those bits and pieces?
Absolutely. And first of all, thank you so much, for the opportunity. It's been really an honor and privilege here to be the sponsor for this event. I want to come back to the 5G topic and just maybe add a couple of quick data points to what Slavko was mentioning earlier. I think eventually, of course, 5G is going to drive a number of use cases, right? And but the key thing here is to be able to have foundational enablers from a real estate perspective in terms of the infrastructure that will be future-proof to be able to support, the 5G use cases, etc. So the good news is, for whatever investments are being made today, matter of fact, is CBRS Alliance has actually done a lot of work, not only to bring LTE to life on CBRS spectrum, but they're also standardizing 5G, to be made available on CBRS spectrum. So the good news here is that from a technology, from an infrastructure standpoint, the radio infrastructure and also the core solutions that we are shipping out and delivering across board private networks are all 5G compatible. So as and when the need from a use cases standpoint and also from a device ecosystem catches up, the good news is, the enablers are already there in place. A good example is from an ecosystem perspective, there's already a number of devices that support CBRS band as well as 5G today. iPhone 12 is actually a good example. And it's only a matter of time that we'll see a device ecosystem to broadly support both the CBRS band as well as 5G. Now, coming to your question about ecosystem, most of us have been in the industry for a very, very long time. And I was reflecting upon what's happening in CBRS today. And I really cannot find another example, looking back at some of the new spectrum that was being rolled out, that we'll still be in the first year of deployment and already have such a massive uptake and already a ready-made ecosystem. Historically, what we've experienced is a new frequency band is being rolled out. We will build networks along with our service providers, and we'll wait for the device ecosystem to kind of catch up over time. It would typically take up to 2 years for the device ecosystem to have caught up. I just can't believe that we are still within the very first year of CBRS deployment, from the time that back in January it was commercially approved by FCC, and we have already rolled out so many networks across the board. So from a Nokia perspective, we see tremendous uptake in terms of these private LTE networks. We have over 220 private wireless networks deployed across the board. And we've seen significant uptake also in areas where we had initially not anticipated, some of the uptake. One good example is actually for the digital divide. Over the last 6 months, because of the pandemic, we've seen that connectivity is a major problem, especially for students. And ISDs, cities and counties are already embracing CBRS-based private LTE solutions to be able to provide connectivity to these students. One good example is a project that we are doing in Bexar County in Texas, in the San Antonio area, for instance. So the opportunity here, from commercial real estate, I believe, lies in essentially in 3 areas. One is providing a superior quality of experience from a smartphone mobile services standpoint, to the end users. And there we've done a lot of fantastic work together with Verizon, where the enterprise customer can actually own the radio access equipment to deploy small cells or even purchase the signal source to be able to cover or address the needs of the tenants of the users. One good example is a large project, for a healthcare facility, which is 850,000 square feet. Just with 3 small cells, which can be turned up within a month, you have superior quality of experience already being provided. The second area that we believe, which is seeing significant traction, is relative to private LTE for the enterprise needs. Now, there is a lot of focus on robotics and automation, etc. But I also want to draw some parallels or examples to providing superior connectivity in an indoor and outdoor environment, which is way more beneficial with LTE than, for instance, Wi-Fi. In fact, one of the projects that we've rolled out is possibly the largest private LTE network, across the globe, is where we've deployed these networks for more than 30 locations and connecting 50,000 devices. In a short period of time, we've seen the utilization of the network and the revenue associated with that already grow 2x. And it's amazing that we are still in the first year of CBRS. And another one example is that of a project in which a processing plant, has deployed just 2 LTE small cells. And that is a comparison or a differential of 75x compared to Wi-Fi access points. So we are already seeing tremendous connectivity, benefits with LTE, when compared to, for instance, Wi-Fi. So CBRS allows all of these things to come together: the private LTE for enterprise needs, the smart building and IoT needs, I think that Dr. Boo talked about, and the superior quality of experience for smartphone users. So the opportunity here is to bring this all together as part of a holistic proposition.
Got it. So Derek, back around to you, and you're muted. So one of the questions that I have is, if I put a CBRS network into my building, how do I connect with the carriers? How do I make sure that I can connect my Verizon call or my T-Mobile call, and I still have the ability to use it as a private network indoors, but I have the ability to communicate with the outside world? One of our clients that we deal with, that I'm aware of, that has some abilities in this area, is a company like Geoverse. But are there other ways, or is that the way to use someone like that to connect to the outside world?
It's a really good question. And you know what, that's really one of the reasons why you want to be a part of the alliance, is because there's a lot of different ways to do it. There's, you could have roaming occur on that private network that you stand up, where the carriers are actually roaming on your network and you're sharing it. And that roaming can occur in a lot of different ways. It can be what we call MOCN, so that you're ending up letting them have their kind of their own slice, or it can be direct roaming, or it can be like what you're talking about with the Geoverse, what kind of a solution. So there's a lot of different opportunities there, and that's one of the reasons why you want to be a part of this ongoing alliance, because connectivity needs are changing and the demand is increasing. We all know that. And the way that we're evolving how those connections are established is also changing to be able to meet those connection demands. And so what the OnGo Alliance is focused on is what's the technology, what are the use cases we're trying to do, and what are the business opportunities with other players? Like, how does the as you said, the real estate location, that enterprise, coordinate what they're building with a carrier and with that MNO or that MSO network that might be there? And that's one of the things that we're trying to help solve and trying to help explain as you participate inside the OnGo Alliance or CBRS Alliance. And one of those key things is the interoperability, and that seamless interoperability as you move from those different connections from the MNO network to your private network. How's that going to work? And so we have a certification program inside the OnGo Alliance called the OnGo Certified Devices, which are actually having changes made inside the devices to support this dual SIM approach, which is another way to be able to provide this seamless connectivity. Yep. So there's a lot of different options, and it's really about trying to work together inside the OnGo Alliance and the CBRS Alliance to figure out and reflect on how we're going to make that work. What are the use cases we're trying to do? Is it a roaming use case at your property, or is it a transfer from one network to another network because you want to be inside of a secure network, inside of a secure facility, and so you should make that transfer as you move inside there? And that's the decisions that you're going to have to make. as you establish that connectivity between what you're traditionally used to on the MNO LTE connectivity versus your private LTE connectivity. And again, 5G is there too. As we said, it's just another technology that can sit on top of all these spectrums, and we're going to be launching inside the Ongo Alliance in Q1 and Q2 some more definitions on how that works. And so it's a good time to be a part of that, so you can be a part of that discussion. So we're really just trying to reach out to everybody and say it's time to join. The use cases are happening. Connectivity is important. We're evolving how this works together, how we're sharing, and so you want to be a part of Ongo Alliance at this time.
Got it. Well, we appreciate the support from the Ongo Alliance, and we have a great relationship. So, Dr. Boo, you're next up. So let's talk about the challenges that you found in these use cases that you were rolling out. You're muted. Oh, there you go. But what were the challenges putting this together? And I understand your point was that these are actually not installed at this point, but what were the challenges in getting to the point of even getting ready to do that with these different use cases that you mentioned?
Yeah, that's a great question. Actually, most of the challenge come from two aspects. One is the technical side of things. With CBRS, you have a lot more different devices. Application can be run on the private network. Traditional DAS, you only have to worry about smartphones, smart devices. In the CBRS cases, private network cases, you have different IoT sensors, different cameras have a different traffic requirements, capacity requirements. For example, the IoT sensors usually have very low throughput, 1 megabit, but there's a lot of devices out there. And then the cameras usually have very high throughput, 25 megabit per second, but mostly is upload traffic. Then you have the digital signage that has both uplink, downlink traffic as well, and some of the push-to-talk internal communication devices. So they're all varieties of devices and applications that you need to counter for and also plan for. And then once you understand the requirements, you have to put together the sectorization, zoning, capacity planning for all the internal private network. One of the difficulty when we run into providing wireless internet services, make sure that all the users have enough capacity or bandwidth to support the required internet throughput, 100 megabit download, 25 megabit upload. In order to support that kind of speed, you have to plan for enough backhaul and enough access points and the capacity to support that private network. And then that may require you to go access for more spectrum than you need for your GAA user or CBRS SAS providers to plan for additional frequencies in case that you need more than the 80 megahertz that you will require. So this might involve some of the negotiation with power license owners to work out some kind of subleasing arrangement so that you can provide the enough capacity, enough throughput for your application. That's one from technical perspective. From the construction perspective, a lot of these venues or there's commercial real estate involved, it's a little bit beyond what we normally do in the indoor space. As one of the gentlemen mentioned that I couldn't remember, is that a lot of the application involves indoor and outdoor space now. It's more of a campus deployment, not a single building anymore. It's a campus environment. So in order to find the location to put all those small cells or outdoor devices, you need to make sure that it can be mounted in the locations that you have access to power, can be hide in certain camouflaged or stealth environment. So that's proposing a different challenge as far as construction goes. Those are really the two main challenges we are facing, and then we have to work through to have a successful deployment.
Well, we really appreciate CTS being a sponsor here today too, and I wanted to thank you for that also. But that's very helpful. So on to Slavko. Slavko, one of the interesting parts of CBRS, but also private LTE, is the ability for us to use it for rural uses, rural coverage, I guess is the best word. So can you talk us a little bit through that? I mean, that is a hot button item right now with kids that are in rural areas not having Wi-Fi coverage or any kind of connectivity to be able to go to school. How does this fit in?
Well, great point, Rich. It is definitely, as we mentioned earlier in the panel, what we call a digital divide. I know it's a term often used, but the true meaning of it, I think, is shown in what you described. We're in the time where a lot of kids are staying at home. If you're not living in an urban core or a suburban area of a major city in the U.S., you really don't have that many options. Whether kids are sitting at home, whether the kids are going actually to school. And as they're going to school with a mix of home and school, online video, all those heavy data-driven applications are making this problem even worse. Now, if we fast forward or reverse to the PAL auction that just concluded, we said this is a gift. We talk about digital divide. If you just look at the number, just the sheer number of PAL licenses that were actually issued as part of the auction in September and October, you start to then connect these dots, as you said. Typical auction, typical 600 megahertz, 700 megahertz, AWS, PCS auctions in the past, we know how many auction winners there will be, 4 or 5 or 6. 150, more than 150 companies, most of them rural, to your point, most of them focusing on a county, 2 counties, maybe half a state, maybe the whole state in a few cases. This is where that opportunity comes. Those small rural providers now actually own the spectrum. The government, FCC, has provided that spectrum, and they are now able to deploy the networks, as we discussed on this panel, in a much more standardized fashion, as opposed to a hodgepodge across the country. They will be able to bring that bandwidth, in some cases fixed bandwidth, to the homes. In some cases, there is going to be semi-mobile, but also fixed in the schools. It is definitely, in at least what we have seen in the last 6 to 9 months of the situation we're in, probably the area of private LTE and CBRS that is exploding. If anything is exploding in the private LTE space, I would say is exactly rural areas, school networks, school systems, who are actually driven in this direction much quicker in 2020 because of everything we're experiencing right now.
So Eunice, that's an interesting way to lead into you. Thank you, Slavko. And thank you again for Solid, your company, for being a sponsor here also. And Eunice, also thank you for Ericsson for being a sponsor of this event. And I think that leads very well into what I wanted to ask you next is, what criteria should a real estate owner or anyone use in picking the solution, the indoor solution, the outdoor solution, the combined solution for a private network?
No, that's spot on. In terms of what are the specific criteria, I mean, before I give you the answer to that question, I think if you look at 5G, you look at private networks, you look at digital transformation, we have the experience of not having only created, led the development of these technologies, but created
Hey, I'm gonna head
the
over
concepts
to
around which these we're talking about
All right, I'm gonna try and get there
here.
myself.
So
I gotta call
specifically,
Pat,
number one that we want to
I'll
look
get
at
over
is
there
the
on mute on my
monetization
microphones.
plan.
Okay, exhibit A. See ya.
See ya.
Peter, switching rooms. Good morning, everybody. Our next panel will begin in 5 minutes.
Redmond campus at Microsoft. Great.
You guys good to go?
Great.
Yep. You are live.
Okay. Hi, folks. Good morning. My name is Srini Kandavli. I'm the Director of Smart Building Solutions at Microsoft. As part of my role, I own the data integration and device management for IoT devices that are going to go on our Redmond campus at Microsoft. That is a collection of 17 buildings. Prior to this, I was at Intel, where I was a program director for our Smart Buildings program, where I oversaw the IoT smart building implementation of 2 of our largest greenfield buildings in India. I've also been part of numerous brownfield retrofits. Wanted to welcome you guys today for this webinar. I'm super excited. We have an expert panel with us, lots of experience and diverse experience. Let me start off with some introductions, and then we'll jump into the webinar. First up, Brendan McReynolds, who's the Global Product and Technology Lead for Host, which is CBRE's digital workplace experience platform.
This was internally built over the last 5 years by a dedicated team. Host was designed to meet the rapidly growing demand for enhanced employee experience in the workplace for both corporate occupiers and institutional property investors. The Host property is the Host platform is live today in 8 countries and 200 plus locations. Brennan, congratulations on that feat. That's a pretty impressive number of installations. Next up, we have Francisco Ruiz, who is the Director of IoT for Real Estate and Facilities at Oracle. He's responsible for partnering with global teams to strategize, design, secure, and guide the implementation of enterprise IoT solutions across a 25 million square foot real estate portfolio. That's an enormous challenge and an opportunity. So Francisco, that sounds pretty exciting. He also holds several certifications, a patent for continuous commissioning, and is a member, advisor, and board member to thought-leading CRE tech organizations. Finally, we have Corey Clark, who has 20 plus years of experience bridging technology and design. He's the VP of products at RXR Labs, and he's leading the product roadmap for technology across the RXR portfolio and developing products for third parties. Previously, Corey was at WeWork, where he had roles leading technology for Powered by We and managing construction technology projects. Like I said, this panel is amazing because of the diverse breadth of their experience, and they also bring in different perspectives. We have the owner-operator perspective, we have a workplace strategy perspective, we have a developer perspective. So, I think I'm personally excited to hear what they have to offer in terms of insight for what the digital transformation of the future of workplaces are going to be. Brennan, I'd like to start off by, talking about where you see the industry heading. I think CBRE is very unique in the perspective that, you get the challenges that corporations are essentially feeding you. Hey, these are challenges, help us out fixing them, right? And given the fact that you work with many corporations across the globe, I think you would have a unique perspective on where the industry is heading. So if you could kind of maybe guide us through in the next 5 minutes, where you see what you're hearing from corporations across the globe, and also what your perspective is on how potentially some of these challenges can be addressed.
Yeah. Thanks, Shane, and appreciate everybody joining us today for this discussion. As Srini said, we're in a unique opportunity within CB to not only be building solutions for the industry, but ultimately, have that kind of multi-pronged, faceted approach to sit down with both occupiers and investors and listen to the challenges that they're experiencing and as we think about the future, kind of post the pandemic. I think holistically, hopefully most of us would agree, this has been a multi-phased approach to understanding, observing, and informing what are the things that are almost now table stakes around education, health, and awareness on the way that individuals, employees, and tenants exist and within real estate itself. So I think there's this kind of informed phase that we've all kind of gone through. Now there's this kind of preparation phase of understanding when, how, and how many people can physically go back into the workplace itself. And then lastly, there's just kind of this transformational phase of then what is this new state? What will it look like? And then what are the tools and technologies specific to the panelists that are on this call here to talk about the ways that we're adjusting and creating solutions to accommodate what we think will be, and from a personal point of view, very much more a user-centric driven approach to the way that real estate is used and consumed. And really, ultimately, how do we empower our occupiers and our tenants and ultimately the employee to have and be prepared to make better decisions about how they choose to engage and come into the workplace, and then leverage the amenities and services that are available to them. We're also unique within CB that we have a fantastic global research organization that publishes everything we're learning on the company's website. So I encourage everybody to check out the way forward as a part of CBRE's website, because that's really where the details and the research come into play that we all can leverage in order to make sure that we're informed and preparing for this kind of new normal.
Fantastic. So that's a great intro. I mean, and by the way, I didn't know about that website. I'm definitely going to check it out post our call here. From a perspective of what are your top 3 transformational things you talked about? It's almost like we were in a pre-COVID era. We're in the current COVID era, unfortunately, which is clearly something that none of us chose to have, and the post-COVID era, right? What is your perspective on you talked about those transformational changes? Give me your top 2 or 3 things that you perceive, and I understand that some of this might not be. We honestly don't know how the occupier is going to react, right? It's really it's anyone's guess. But what does CB see from a perspective of what's going to be transformational, right? Maybe give me 12 months out, right, and hopefully post people starting to trickling back coming into the office space.
Yeah, I think there's, as you said, there's kind of 2 foundational layers from my point of view. And as a team that's solely dedicated to understanding, creating, and enhancing either the employee and the tenant experience, we're very kind of experience focused and that of the end user. And then we partner with our teams that are operating the buildings from a facility and energy sustainability standpoint. So I think holistically, we traditionally manage the building kind of outside in. Within a property management, facilities management landscape, our organization, we're inside out. And as I mentioned earlier, that user-centric approach to really understanding the behaviors, the comfort, the confidence that's needed at a user level to want to engage and come back into the workplace. And how do you begin to gradually walk literally in the hands of the user, them into the building, into the workplace in a way that they feel confident about that process. So I think that from the 2 elements is really the foundational safety and information standpoint of, am I prepared to come in, and do I understand what those options are, how I get to engage within the physical environment, and then what is the information I now need to know, like indoor air quality, in order to feel comfortable and confident about coming in day after day. Right, so I think that's the bucket was just setting that context around information that I needed to know to feel comfortable and confident. Second is then engagement and understanding what does engagement mean in order to leverage services and amenities that exist either at an occupier at a landlord level. And Corey and the team at RSR have done some amazing stuff in that regard. But we looked at kind of the moment that the pandemic moved us all back into remote work. We had engagement apps that are open in the market, were being used in tens of millions of square feet. And what happens to the user base within those tenant experience platforms and those employee experience platforms, and where you kept and stayed engaged with relevant information about COVID, the pandemic, the preparation information that I shared earlier, we didn't see a huge drop off in the usage of those platforms, as long as you kept relevant. And that we went from this informational stage of letting people know what is this current state of the state into engagement as a service models, to where you begin to create virtual activities and content and things to now actually almost disengage from my laptop that I'm staring at, this little hole in my camera, into my own personal device that's actually informing about different activities and services and community that are going on that I'm familiar with, and that in some ways we long for. So stage 1 is this kind of informational, create confidence, and stage 2 is understanding what engagement looks like. And with that engagement comes not necessarily adoption of technology. I think that's that follows on naturally, but really this engagement and adoption of wanting to come back into the workplace and engage safely with others and the world around us. So those are the kind of 2 stages at which we've been thinking about it within Host, and will continue to drive forward.
You know, it's so interesting having these discussions because it spurs thoughts on patterns that you have, at least personally for me, that I've seen. You know, you talk two things really stood out in what you were talking about. One is the emotional security that people need when they come back to work, and this is a reality. And I think how do we create that security for people to feel comfortable to be back in their workplace is going to be very important. How we solve it, I think, is and how effective that is the jury is still going to be out, but it's going to be a very, very important aspect. The second thing you talked about, engagement, I think is spot on. And let me just narrate a quick pattern that I saw when I was in India. So one of the nice things about living across the globe is you do get to see different, you know, cultures, user patterns, etc. And I was talking to one of the smart building app companies out in India, and you know, I came in with my bias, and I said, well, you know, I think mostly your probably people are using your cafe app and things like that. And they said, you know, you'd be really surprised that they were the most used feature in the app was an events app. This was a large, you know, development tech park, right? Very, very young population. And they wanted to engage. And it was very interesting to see the pattern that, you know, in the app was actually very central to bringing this community that felt disconnected, because a bunch of small companies, you know, so not necessarily a large footprint of a, you know, major corporate. And that drove a lot of revenue because it was kind of a rev share model for the events plus, you know, the software mobile app company. So I think engagement, to your point, is key. It can come in various forms, right? Either you can offer a service and people can consume it, or you can create a community, right? Where people are looking forward to using that. And it's just not, you know, something like a widget that you're using to do something very, you know, functional or transactional. So fantastic. That was great. Love the conversation. We're going to get back to you in a bit, but Francisco, I want to kind of transition to you now. And, you know, we talk a lot about strategy, but a lot of times the challenges are really with deployment, right? I mean, you can have the best strategy, but the challenges of actually making this real is definitely something that is I would say, blocker for adoption, right? As someone who has a large portfolio, I mean, when you first sent me that information of 25 million square feet, I was blown away. I was like, oh my God, that's a lot, you know? And I got to assume that there's some challenges with the deployment of those technologies. And how do you take something that is maybe somewhat immature and harden it, productionalize it? Because ultimately the benefit is going to come from the deployment. So maybe you can share some of your thoughts on what you feel are ways that successful strategies to make this real.
Sure. Thanks, Srini. So to kind of build off of a little bit of what Brennan mentioned, I'll start by just explaining a little bit of our strategy at Oracle, what my experiences have been, and also some of the challenges around implementation and the way we've been able to get past some of those hurdles. And essentially, the process of measuring air quality, humidity, temperature, occupancy, and flows of people, which was previously, in my experience, more a nice to have. It's become really integral to successful reopening of a building, and we're really experiencing an acceleration of solutions now focused on the occupant experience as metering and space utilization has now matured much more. I'll reference the 300 concept a little here, and where on average, we pay the $3 per square foot per year, representing our utility cost, the $30 per square foot per year, representing our rent cost, respectively. A comfortable, healthy, and engaging workplace is now risen into the spotlight during this pandemic, and affecting our people's experience that are represented by that 300 per square foot per year that we pay in payroll. So it's about that experience, and people want to know if they could come in, where they could come into, and how do they come in, and do we have enough PPE? What's the cleaning protocols? Where are the hot spots, and so forth. So I begin with that just because that's what's front and center right now. But overall, from a strategic standpoint and getting to implementation, just a few things to mention as far as a strategy and it being able to create a successful one. It really starts with leadership, and communication, best practices, with innovation and proactive strategic planning. And that's something that are all components of our strategy at Oracle. And so starting with leadership, we've done several things to help align with the company's goals, and security is a big part of that. What we've done is made sure to incorporate the various technologies, processes to implement, as well as the people that are involved in this. So we have a bit of a unique scenario at Oracle where we have a global staff that's on the real estate and facilities side that works specifically to support our deployment of these technologies on the IoT side. And we work very closely with our IT, information security teams, legal, everyone under the Oracle umbrella to ensure that we're getting the best total cost of ownership with various solutions. And a big part of that is ensuring that we're supporting our sustainability. So energy, water, and waste, carbon emissions, things that were more traditional in nature. Those are very foundational. And some of the challenges, in deploying the various myriad technologies that we have at our fingertips is, for example, standardizing the design, security, implementation of these diverse set of operational technologies across a diverse portfolio that really will align with information technology as well as our information security requirements and the various operational technologies we have to choose from. Ultimately, continuing to improve on existing and constructing new and acquiring new real estate. It makes it a bit challenging to continuously evolve, and that's why the strategy is so important to always go back to and continue to help drive the path forward. Just a couple of other things real quick I'll share. As far as space utilization, we've seen that continue to mature. And again, not jumping straight into a specific technology or solution for that. We've taken advantage of systems that are tried and tested, our lighting systems, master systems integration strategies to ensure that we're not putting our eggs all in one, basket, one solution, and really vetting out these solutions, testing them. That's one of the things that, we've become, that's become real important to our strategy, is just being able to test solutions and be able to pivot as easily as can be while continuing to keep a focus on being, action or data-driven driven and having actionable information to use. One of the final things I'll mention here on some of the challenges that we've faced. So communication is very important, as I mentioned already, amongst the various stakeholders. Really starting with assessing your data and security strategies will be very important. Creating specifications for the various systems that you're deploying, whether it's features, security protocols, and so forth. Naming conventions for implementing these systems, tagging of data. It's easy to get lost in all of that data, and you multiply that across a portfolio of buildings and campuses. That multiplies the complexity, and then commissioning. Commissioning is extremely important. I don't like to take it for granted, because the way I look at it is you can't get to AI digital twins if your data and the underlying systems is inaccurate and you can't depend on it. So I really put a lot of emphasis on that, and creating the standard operating procedures to really support current deployments and the overall life cycle of projects, whether they're retrofits or new construction. You have to continuously go through these iterations, and I think a lot of what I've shared so far right now is all foundational information that I look forward to jumping into more detail and be happy to go in and out. But I really wanted to just start a little bit with sharing some of the strategy.
No, I think again, really resonated. Thank you for sharing, but it really resonated what you were talking about, because people often think of smart buildings as a set of equipment that is sending data to a cloud. It's not that simple, right? You should have a good network strategy. You should have a good security strategy. You should have, ideally someone pulling it all together, because honestly, the whole is much more than just the sum of the parts, right? Because if you have an MSI, and once you start having these analytics that basically transcend and cross multiple building subsystems, you can have a very, very interesting insights that can add a lot of business value. I think it's you hit the really high points of what is critical in order to have a successful implementation. So thank you so much for that. I want to quickly transition over to Corey. And Corey, first, before I have you kind of jump into what RxR is doing, I have to say it was so amazing to me that in such a short time frame, just to kind of give folks some background, and I would recommend that you go and check out the YouTube link of what RxR has done at one of their properties, and very nicely that they have built on top of the Microsoft platform. So thank you, Corey, for that. But it's impressive, because people typically see this as a long journey, and yes, it is a long journey, but you can have business value derivation in a short time. And what is super impressive is you guys just didn't do one thing, right? But you did a multitude of things, right? You had, clash detection. You had, things like, hey, what is my indoor air quality? A beautiful visualization. And, I think it talks to one, the company's importance. I hope to see more developers, landlords say, hey, this is super important for our tenants, and we need to do this because there is value. Before we I definitely would love for you to talk about that implementation, but I also want to get your perspective on how you believe COVID is changing org structures within corporations, right? And the corporations that reside in your properties, and how will tenants really view these technologies that are being deployed? I mean, maybe kind of walk us through that, and then we'll circle back as a group on some of the things that we've already talked about and get some cross perspective. So over to you.
Thanks. And yeah, definitely going to build off of what Brendan was talking about in terms of definitely seeing trends that are similar, that inversion from outside in to inside out, and what Francisco mentioned around this shift towards experience. And that's like a lot of the reasons we were able to move as quickly as you mentioned was because we'd already started this lab to shift our focus from just building four walls to what's happening inside of those walls and the services technology we can provide to our customers. I think we have a unique perspective on a lot of the changes happening with COVID because we are owner operators. We have retail, multifamily, and office, so we're seeing it from all perspectives. But also, we're one of the bigger owner operators in New York with 20 billion in assets and over 26 million square feet of office space. So we have around 1,000 customers that we talked to, and they've all been, because we had the big surge in earlier on, kind of experienced COVID earlier, and also started re-officing and re-entering. So we've been able to kind of watch how that's shifting people as they come back into the space. And one thing we've noted is really COVID has accelerated a lot of the transformations that were happening very slowly in the background. We saw it with even just shopping and retail, where people were doing online shopping. It was a slow shift from in person, and then the doors got shut. Everyone had to shop online, and it jumped us forward 5-10 years in terms of that journey. And I think on the commercial real estate side, it's done the same thing, where we'd seen this trend where there was a shift from looking at the office space as a cost center and kind of being looked at through operational lenses to being an employee relations tool and seeing it through an experience and people lens. And that's really changed our customer, and that shift has accelerated. And we were talking to heads of real estate before. Now we're talking to a head of HR. And even we've seen within organizations that some companies are now moving real estate even under HR, that it's seen as just an amenity or another vehicle for improving the employee experience. And I definitely see that change kind of accelerating, and it's even gotten down to like changing the way that we're thinking of our IoT strategy and our use cases. So we have occupancy sensors in our spaces. We were using those to figure out room utilization, whether it was being used efficiently, whether we had the right size room, enough rooms. We've now changed that. We have the exact same hardware, but using that for social distancing monitoring and looking at collaboration. So we can see how many interactions have happened in the space. I know in our space alone, we had the last 2 weeks, like 2,000 interactions between people. And then those interactions have only been on average like 7 feet. So we know people are interacting, we know they're starting to collaborate, but we're able to kind of look at that and evaluate space and how effective it is for that, because that's why people are coming back. We want them to interact, talk to each other in a safe manner. So it's the same tech, but just the use cases have shifted from that efficiency operation, the 3 and the 30 that Francisco mentioned, to the 300. And then the other kind of parallel shift we've seen is just the office space has changed from being effectively a monopoly to open market. It was a monopoly before. Like, you came to work, you only had one choice. You had to go to your office. Maybe you had a pretense of choice, it was like activity-based working, where you could pick your desk, but you still had to go to your office. COVID blew that up. Now people know you can work effectively from anywhere. So it's no longer just about making people feel safe to come back, but you need a reason to come back to the office. They could work from home, they can work from a third place, they can work from a cafe, or they can work in the office. So like, how do you draw people in? And a lot of the conversations we've been having with customers is around that piece and what Brendan was talking about, the kind of that experience of the office and giving people a real motivation to come into the space. And we've even seen, the IoT strategy shift in that way, where like HR now has a stake in IoT. We, at least our HR department, before COVID, there was kind of novelty things around like organizational network analysis, looking at, how siloed your organization was, how many one-on-ones were happening, how many, different departments are interacting with other departments. Now that's a necessity in the form of contact tracing. And so, a lot of our tenants are adopting either hardware or software to do contact tracing and know how many people are interacting with each other, how much, so that they can do a contact trace if necessary. But now that's laid the infrastructure for all the kind of nice to haves of knowing how well your teams are collaborating, how much they're working together face to face. Through digital signals, we can figure out how much they're collaborating digitally. And it's really, kind of brought a new set of tools to the HR team to like evaluate the effectiveness of workplace.
Yeah, no, this is phenomenal. Again, it's about the insights that we glean from conversations, right? And what you talked about. And I think all three panelists have talked about experiences being the key. And we are moving away. The metrics, what is interesting about this is the metrics are going to change. And the challenge for vendors is, hey, how do I get, good data? Like, for example, let's take collaboration, right? How can you predict whether collaboration is actually happening or not, right? There's going to be a lot of intelligence required at the edge in order to do that. And it will force the vendors to kind of take their existing hardware and really build on that software layer, right? Because and it's going to force them. I think a great play even for an AI ML story, right? I've heard of a company that's even looking at telling ergonomic based suggestions and things like that. So, but things are evolving, and the shift away from, hey, just let's optimize an asset to let's make this an extremely compelling, engaging workspace where people want to come, because honestly, now the standard or the benchmark is working from home, right? What can we give workers to come into office space and have a better experience than what they were having at home, right? So it's very interesting. Just a personal thought for me, and then we'll get back to the panel, is I believe that what we are suffering from, or I shouldn't say suffering from, where the industry is especially in the analytics space, is a lot of concentration on data, but not enough in terms of actually resulting in an action, right? Now, that action could be of the form of a proposed design change based on the metrics. Let's say you had an open space that was, originally commissioned for collaboration, but you don't see people there, right? And this can't be just done with pure IoT solutions. I think there's a whole lot of play for workplace strategists. I think, to be able to come in and look at that data, right? Because machines are really good when you give them a heuristic. Right? But they lack that capability, at least in the current state, of being able to take some data and say, propose changes, right? And when we get into that domain, I think that becomes really interesting. And it's not just a vendor discussion, it's also the capability of internal organizations to drive that cultural change. Going back to what you said, Corey, you know, they had a real estate coming under HR. That's great. That's very compelling. But fundamentally, there has to be a cultural shift of saying, let's use this data to have people actually change the work environment and you know, drive a positive outcome. And ultimately, the key metric is a positive outcome for employees, right? And how do we get there? That becomes very key. Another aspect that fascinates me is as we're getting this plethora of data, right, especially around indoor environmental conditions, I think that clearly we are in that space. But even prior to that, there's been a lot of research which has talked about you know, the importance of having a healthy environment and how that directly impacts productivity, right? And there's a very interesting book by I think his name is John Allen on healthy buildings. I hope I got the name right. It's pretty amazing to see the impact that just good indoor environmental conditions can have on, you know, how people are producing work, right? Now, I think that's where a very fundamental gap is we have all this data, but what are we doing with it, right? Wouldn't it be great if we take this data and automatically actuate building equipment, right? To create that, ultimately, we all know that at some point, we're gonna have to touch a mechanical system. And a lot of the times vendors have a problem with that. Let's just be honest, there's still that IP and OT divide, right? The vendor who is able to cross that bridge, right, and say, I have this data, I'm going to help you with your OT systems also, right? While that might not be as glamorous as the IT side of the house, it needs to be done, right? Because if you don't do that, you're not getting the result, right? And I think those two areas really stand out in my mind as potential opportunities. I'd like to throw it back to the panel in terms of, you know, we've had this wonderful discussion over 35 minutes. Anything jump out at you in terms of something you'd like to add further to maybe what you heard from one of the panelists, or maybe want to expand on your own thoughts? Let's go round robin. Corey.
Yeah, I think, you know, particularly as you were talking and like the, you know, one of the things I'm wondering if there is this shift from kind of the efficiency operational side to the experience side. I think one of the things that's going to enable that is a different set of KPIs. And you know, before, like, it was easy to value the IoT, you know, air quality, for example. Like, I can monitor air quality, I can monitor occupancy, you know, I can turn off the HVAC system a little bit earlier because the room isn't occupied and save some money. It's very clear, like, ROI there. As we shift towards experience and productivity, there's not a good metric for productivity. I mean, during COVID, everyone said productivity went up because people were spending more time at the computers typing, but that isn't necessarily productivity. You know, there's ENPS, and I've seen some other ways to start to value the workspace itself. But I would love to know, you know, Brennan and Francisco, is as you guys are shifting more towards experience, like how you're starting to value the effectiveness and of the tech you're rolling out, like what success looks like if it's not, you know, cost savings and efficiency anymore.
Yeah, Brennan, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think, to be honest, you know, the productivity metric is still aspirational. I think right. It's also a little bit squishy, but it does feel good, and I think we all realize that it is real, right? If we can save somebody's time, make them more informed and confident and engaged, then we will be more productive. And so, how do we do that? And I think it goes back to, you know, Corey brought this up earlier, and I think the biggest change we've all acknowledged the acceleration of digital transformation that's happened in the last 6 to 9 months, but the internal acceleration or forced marriage or accelerated marriage of enterprise IT plus HR plus real estate less data privacy is foundational and fundamental to the future of how this all operates and moves forward together. And together is the big word there, because we all kind of came together to do what's right for the employee, right? Because as an occupier, there are these social contracts with our employees to make sure that we're looking after and looking after them, and how do we inform and educate and keep them safe. At the same time, the landlords have that same but different, right? I do think that there's an element of B2B to C here, right, as a landlord to the tenant, and B2B to E, occupier to my employee, right? There's a different construct that's important, and how and what we can do in those separate environments do have to be treated a little bit differently, because you have a different level of privacy that you have to acknowledge within the enterprise environment. You have a different level of security and authentication that needs to happen. And as you begin to think about the data that's being consumed and then displayed, and then as we empower our employees to understand the role of indoor air quality, you are then opening up another conversation to say, well, then now that we're on a yellow level because of this certain room, what does that mean from a liability standpoint? I mean, the more we inform, the more obligation we have to make sure that we're on top of that. And that obligation is going to come with a programmatic element that can connect, IT, HR, and real estate continuously to make sure that we're doing the right thing, for both sides of that coin. So I think that's the biggest thing here is we're beginning to see, emerging, digital transformation orgs that sit and connect all those different elements of the enterprise to make sure that the right solutions are coming to market. And I think the last piece, when you think about solutions, everybody came up with a COVID solution. And congrats to all of us for being agile, and we all deserve a pat on the back. But when I say that is because now there are people that traditionally didn't sit in the realm of what Corey does, or what Francisco does, or what we do within CB. IT technologies that typically sit and report into the CIO, low code solutions are now saying, well, I can do return to work, or I can do these things. So you have new players in our respective prop tech, CRE tech space that are saying, I got one too. And I think there's a lot of validity to that, but at the same time, there's a lot more noise, because now HR is hearing about return to work solutions, and IT is hearing about return to work solutions, and real estate hears about return to work solutions. And we're all talking with the best intent to figure this out, but not necessarily coordinated. So I think my overall recommendation is to make sure that all the right people are at the table to continue to think about, Srini, as you said earlier, outcomes first, prioritization of those outcomes, and then making sure all the right participants are there.
That was brilliant, man. You made my day. It's deep insight, right? Because when you talk about experience, what you're talking, one of the things that you need to compensate for is privacy, right? It's not, it is something we are moving away from, room data that mostly no one cared about to, now employee data. And that additional PII aspect of it becomes extremely important to compensate. And you're right. I mean, there are a lot of apps that came to market, and there's a lot of noise. And actually, I feel bad for the folks who are actually evaluating all these, because a lot more noise means that it's actually a barrier for adoption, right? So in one way, from my opinion. So you need to shape out that noise, and you need to be able to say, okay, these are my KPIs, and this is what I'm going with, right? This is my need. And it's not a short-term need. This is how it's going to, really hold for the long term, right? Francisco, let me transition to you. I think, maybe take kind of
got a couple comments.
Last 3 minutes, and your perspective on experience and your,
So I'll just comment on a couple of points that Brennan, Corey, and yourself, Srini, brought up, and that I think are important. And I believe the industry is heading towards more integrated design delivery that takes into account not only our utility space utilization, but the occupant experience, which includes wellness, of course. A couple of other key trends there is just having that one data lake with many views for the various stakeholders that will be utilizing this information. And we all touched on the standardization of health metrics that'll align with, for example, ASHRAE, reset, air for commercial interiors, CDC guidelines, etc. It's all evolving right now. And really the simplification of modes, being able to, operate in the standard mode, whether it's energy efficiency is our goal, or we're in a pandemic mode, or poor air quality. Simplification of this is, like we've all, I think, mentioned, there's not one solution that does this all right now, but having all of that in mind as part of your strategy will be extremely important. And the systems or approaches that eventually simplify and help you achieve your strategy. Again, whether it's one technology, if it's an MSI approach that's bringing it all together, ultimately that increased transparency, I think, is extremely important. And that leads me to the last point, which I think is very important, and Brennan touched on this as well as you, Srini, around data privacy. And so as we ask ourselves as CRE professionals, how do we successfully return to the office with
Thank you all for attending our last panel. At this time, we were asking everyone to make their way to the exhibit halls for some networking time. You can also visit the beach, the soccer field, enjoy the platform, and get some good networking in. Thank you.
Hey, Chuk. Chuk.
What's up, bro?
How you doing? I only heard the last 10 minutes of this talk and it was fabulous.
Hey, Mark, how are you?
I'm good. I just heard oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I just saw your name because it's very distinctive. So I know
Yeah,
somebody.
I can't hide.
Oh, I just got the last part. I gotta rehearse. I have to hear this talk again. It brought up so many new issues that I just loved.
Yeah, I mean, I think all the talks today have been really good. So,
I was. You probably have to go someplace, but I just wanted to say hello. wave my hand.
I was actually just responding to Mahmood, so we're gonna get some time together to catch up. So,
Okay. Are you going to be in the booth later on? Do you have a booth here?
no, I'm just kind of I'm multitasking here, so I'm paying attention, trying to pay attention to the presentations and get some work done. So,
Okay.
But yeah, it was great catching up.
Yeah, I'll let you go. I just I couldn't resist.
All right, Mark.
Okay. Talk to you soon.
Bye now.
And thanks for everything always. Okay. Bye.
Yeah, of course.
Hey, Peter?
Rich, did you need me?
Hey, Pat.
Going on, bud?
So let's heckle Barb while she's talking.
What's that?
Let's heckle Barb while she's talking.
She was so nervous.
Did you talk to her?
Yeah, we were just chatting beforehand over Messenger.
Cool.
No causing trouble out there, guys. Great, we can act like we're 17. I like this.
I know, right? Well, crazy thing is, you can listen in on conversations from like
Yeah,
just
everyone's
standing
listening.
next to people, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, everyone's listening to us right now in the auditorium.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can all hear you.
All right, we'll mute.
So let's get in the list, make sure we know who's here, so we know whether or not to behave.
That's no fun.
Exactly.
I'm gonna go where you guys are. Keep talking.
Front row.
Front row up on the right.
Oh my God. Can't see. You can't see anybody when you're in the front row.
Probably better that way.
I'm gonna go sit behind Mike Collado, my favorite marketing guru.
Hi, Charlie.
It sounds like Mike Collado was, he's here, I believe, but I don't think
I see him. He's second row.
Oh, and I can't hear him though. Mike, are you there?
I am here.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Hi, Mike.
Kate, for your very kind words, I'll in the mail.
Why don't you stand up and shake my hand?
I don't know how to video game things very well.
Mike Collado was. Like Mike Collado was.
And you are live.
He's here, I believe.
We're getting a feedback, Pete, from you. Hi, everyone. This is Rich Berliner. I'm here with our esteemed panelists for our next panel, how to choose, manage, and optimize your communications program and partners. I'm here, interestingly enough, with one of my oldest friends in the business and some of my newest friends in the business. So it's a really interesting panel for me to have this group together. So thank you all for being with us. So let's start with the introductions today. Dick, why don't you start with, give us an introduction to you and to Spot On. You're muted. You're muted. There you go.
My name is Dick Sherwin, and I am the older friend of Berliner. I'm with Spot On Networks. We provide 3 basic wireless services to multi-tenant buildings. A truly managed Wi-Fi service, a passive distributed antenna system service called Cell Boost, and a emergency responder radio enhancement system called Radio Boost.
Gotcha. Jeff, you're up.
Hi, Jeff Hipshin, Executive Vice President with RF Connect. I probably fall somewhere in between Dick and some of your other relationships, but happy to be a part of the panel. RF Connect is a provider of fixed and mobile wireless solutions across the nation, both as an integrator and operator.
Thank you. And next, let's go to Barbie. Barbie, you're up.
And I am probably the new kid on the block, if I had to guess. But I am Barbie Biggs. I'm the Northeast Regional CTO for Converge One. Converge One is a systems integrator and a managed service provider. We're approaching roughly $2 billion in revenue. We design, implement, and maintain systems across the entire IT portfolio stack. And currently we work with about 67% of the Fortune 100.
Good. Greg?
Yeah, hi, my name is Greg Jones. I'm the president of Montgomery Technologies. Montgomery Technologies is a national riser management and strategic consulting, working with building owners, property managers, and industry leaders to try and help solve building network challenges, whether it's cellular, telecom, base building systems. We sort of handle all things when it comes to in-building wired and wireless systems.
Gotcha. So before we kick this off, I do want to mention that we did a panel earlier today called Embracing CBRS and 5G. And Jeff's company, RF Connect, was the sponsor. RF Connect brought to you by Annixter. And we did have it on the screen. And Aaron, I think, mentioned it at the end of the panel, but I didn't when I was doing the panel itself. So Jeff, I want to thank you for that and give you recognition, give you props for being the sponsor of that in conjunction with Annixter. So thank you. So Dick, let's kick this off with you. How does one go about finding out what owners, managers, and tenants want when they may not know themselves? How do you figure out what to give them if they don't know?
That's a really good question, Rich. The fact is, we've been in the situation where we find ourselves witnessing that the owner doesn't really know exactly what he wants. So our approach is to ask a series of questions about what the building is meant to do, what its purpose and raison d'etre in life is. And so we look at a whole range of things, but we basically ask, is there voice service in the building? Can you use a smartphone in the building? Is it a LEED certified building with low emissivity windows and concrete structure, things like that? Is there a need to provide the occupiers of the building? I use the word occupiers. It's tenants, employees, residents, whatever, depending upon the type of building. Is there a need to provide high-speed services, wired or wireless, streaming services, things like that, especially in light of the pandemic situation that we're in right now, as we see more and more people work from home and we see more and more kids learning from home. So we look at that and we try to ask a whole series of questions about what the nature of the desires of the building owner are. And we look at, how do we future-proof this building? How do we make it so that the building can provide the kind of connectivity that we're projecting for the next 10, 15 years? One of the things we look at is, maybe we need fiber risers because it's a high rise, and we need copper Cat 6 as an example to individual locations for access points so that there's power over Ethernet. Those are some of the things that we look at, and I think a range of questions is critical to trying to determine what the owner developer really needs.
So back when I was a young executive, Dick, I was asked by somebody to what the classic definition of marketing was. So, go to Webster's dictionary back in that day, rather than dictionary.com. The answer to the question was finding out what people want and giving it to them. So this sounds like a classic marketing issue, that it's impossible to sell somebody something until you know what they want and know what they need. So that fits together with what you're saying here. So besides the questioning part of it, how do you shake out what someone in a building needs? In other words, do you use your experience in what you've done before for other people? And, as they tell you they want this, this, and this, and they leave off a whole series of things, you go back and say, well, you know, in other buildings, we've also given them IoT, we've also given them this, we've also given them that. How do you put that together in your head?
I guess the best way for me to answer that is it goes to experience, and it goes to a lot of research. We do a lot of research on what's available in a building in today's environment. We see people like John Gilbert putting in Nantum and things like that. We watch those issues very carefully. We see what people are doing in residential, and we try to project what that developer owner will need and ask him specifically, look, this is what people have done. Is this something that you would like to entertain?
Yeah, good. So, Jeff, let's go to you next. So once you've done your homework and you now know what the basics of what the customer wants, how do you go about helping them get there? How do you create a plan? How do you craft a presentation? So, you know, what's the process from your standpoint to go to the next level after what Dick's talked about? You're muted.
Yep, sorry about that. To follow up with what Dick mentioned, you know, you start with a lot of questions. You know, you gotta be the ears and ask them questions about what their business cases are, both now, near, and the future, and then what technologies they have planned now, near, and the future, and try to align that up with what the business cases are to figure out what, based on, as Dick mentioned also, you know, industry experience. That's when we bring our engineers in to sit down with the technical people and align what help the customer decide what is the best fit by aligning the questions with some of the technologies to make sure that, because everyone, every situation, business case, every building is unique. They're kind of like snowflakes. Everyone's unique, and so you need to not come in with a patented, predetermined solution ahead of time, but come in, listen, align with, based on experience, what the technologies are that can help them achieve their business goals.
And so, what is it that your firm does from sort of, you know, a cradle to grave situation? Or are you involved in every aspect of what they might need, and how do you kind of, you know, pull in the right resources to figure all that out?
Yeah, but so based on what we find out in our discovery mode from them, again, we have resources within our team that we come in, and what we try to do is help our customers by positioning. We are focused on connectivity, but to be fair with that, we're agnostic with the technologies, but in particular, our focus tends to be more on the wireless side, whether it be fixed or mobile wireless. But with that, we act as a trusted advisor to help them through the decision process. And that way they can stay focused on not learning what all the latest technologies are and staying up with all the standards, just help them understand enough to be dangerous so that they can make decisions, but act as a trusted advisor to help them through the various series of what technologies, the pros and cons, and what that will do for them, and help them come to a conclusion as to what approach will be the best.
Right. And so if you have, you know, sort of a design team, you have an installation team, you have a team to figure out what the right technology is, as being, you said you're technology agnostic. You've got to figure that part of it out. Then you got to figure out, you know, the logistics of it. So if you're pulling in internal people, or in some cases, I would assume there have to be external people, if, you know, where you're ordering the materials to, Annixter, for instance. So how does that process work in terms of, you know, getting everybody together, sitting them down, telling them what the customer said, figuring out what all the bits and pieces are? How does that work?
A lot of meetings, and you know, with the that's where this year for all of us has been interesting. It's changed the game a little bit. So most of those meetings, unfortunately, have taken place via calls like this using video and so forth. But getting the parties together to come up with a plan to start with, milestones, and then often it leads to breaking it in the discovery mode, breaking it into subgroups, and having the subgroups take apart with establish their goals and take action on that, and then a regular, say monthly, or if needed, more frequent meeting where you bring the whole group together to report back as to progress and goals and milestones and status.
Are you finding that a challenge in a virtual world?
More of a challenge because as I think we've all experienced is, thank goodness with the technology we have today, we're able to do as much as we can, but there's still something lost with not having that face-to-face interaction for sure.
Gotcha. So Barbie, let's go to you. You're muted, by the way. So your firm probably does a wider range of things than any of the other folks on the panel. It's a larger company and does more different things. So, what are the considerations? What elements are necessary to take into account to make a sound vendor choice? And what are the considerations? How does one come to you and amongst all the different things you're doing and work with you on those skills?
That's a great question, Rich. And I'm going to kind of tie in a little bit of what both Dick and Jeff said. So one of the key components that I think that everyone has to look at, or two key components, is experience and the portfolio offering. You want to make sure that when you bring in a vendor that they have the experience specifically in the environment that you're looking for, whether that's new construction or new tenant space or retrofit. Are you taking an existing building and adding smart building capabilities? You need to make sure that those vendors and those partners have experience in those areas. It's difficult sometimes when you look at the wide array of manufacturers and portfolios out there to pick not only the most exciting technology that may address your needs, but to pick that technology from a partner who can actually design it and implement it and make it happen. So experience being one, and I would also say the portfolio of offerings. So, are you looking at a company that maybe does just one item that you need, where a better fit might be a company that can do multiple things across the same portfolio? So kind of taking those and tying them in to see who is the best player in that space that meets your need to move forward. I also think you have to consider the methodology, which I'm not sure if it was Dick or Jeff that talked to being able to go in and work on an approach with the customer that basically takes them from the beginning of that assessment stage and moves into validation of what they need and the actual design and deliverables behind it. So I think that those are some very key components of what to look for and how to start choosing those vendors or integrators to work with.
Interesting. So I guess the question is then, how do you look at bringing in teams? Because now you've got thousands of people rather than hundreds or dozens of people. So, are we bringing Joe in? Are we bringing Tom in? Are we bringing an outside vendor in? Are we bringing this group in? Or who's got time? How does that work? How do you manage that in a big company setting? I've never worked in that way. How do you manage that?
Well, I think it always starts with a good core team to the business, whether those are the account managers or the solutions architects that are involved, who actually have to take that assessment and turn it into something real, who have to look at each piece of technology that's needed and find either internally the resource to best address that or externally with a third partner to help tie it in. So it really is a long process in a lot of cases. I know to Jeff's point, it's a lot and a lot of meetings, but it really is having that key team focused on the end result and letting them make the decision and help guide your customer as to where their end vision is and how best to address it. With your entire portfolio of partner networks.
Right. But what about internally? Is it, you know, back in the day when I ran a construction company, a lot of times it was, you know, who's available. So-and-so is deep into a project, so we can't pull him off. But, you know, this person is available and they can be used for this. How does that work in a big company like this where you're, you know, is there a bench that you go and pull people from, or is it done in a more esoteric sort of way?
I wouldn't necessarily call it a bench. I think from a Converge One perspective, we do really well with program management. So having someone in charge of the project who understands that you need a resource who is going to do, you know, wireless network design and finding the best available resource for that. So we actually have scheduling within each of our departments. So it's matching up the correct engineer who's available at the time, whether that's an engineer who's local to the area, or since we're a nationwide company, we can reach into other areas. So in a, you know, a large construction project in New Jersey, we had people come in that worked on that, and they came in from California and Georgia and Kansas and many states to make sure that we had the resources available to address the needs that we have. So it is a lot of scheduling, Rich, but it's finding the company that has the depth to be able to provide that and coordinate it. And great project or program management.
Gotcha. Good. So let's move on to you, Greg. Greg, your firm is primarily working for the landlord or the owner of the building, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So, you know, you do a lot of work with the risers in the buildings and with that group, that batch of spaghetti that's in all those closets. How does that fit together with choosing a wireless vendor? And what's the connection there? Is there any relevance, or do they have nothing to do with each other, or everything to do with each other?
Well, I think one of the things that we all sort of need to recognize is that buildings have layers and layers of technology that are already deployed, that are in the buildings. And in many cases, many building owners don't really know what they have. So a riser management program is a good way to kind of get your arms around what's there and what exists. And oftentimes we can find that, you know, we do not need to run another 12-strand single mode fiber from the top of the building to the bottom of the building, because we already have that infrastructure in place. So part of that is understanding a little bit about what you have. But when it comes to wireless, I think the biggest challenge for most folks is really there's just so many choices and so many options. They really don't understand the why. Why do I need to do this? And I think for us, with a lot of our clients, the fundamental question comes down to, well, who's going to own this infrastructure? Who's going to pay for it? And who's going to manage it moving forward? Because as a building owner, the last thing I need to do is take on another technology challenge that I have to operate and manage so it makes my tenants happy. That's a big challenge. So finding good partners that can own, manage, and operate these systems is really what a lot of landlords are looking for, because the last thing they need is yet another technology in their building that they have to deploy, manage, train around, and all of the challenges that come with it, particularly when we're talking about wireless, where, you know, what we need today, which, you know, some would say is, you know, 4G for cellular, and what we need tomorrow, and whether that's 5G or CBRS or whatever the next iteration is a very difficult choice, and making the wrong choice can be very expensive. And I think partnering with firms that own these systems or operate them or have experience across the board is really where landlords are looking for some support and trying to figure out, why do we need to do this, and making good decisions around infrastructure investment, so it's not simply for one solution, but has the potential to support other building systems. And that's really where we see a lot of our work, is sort of helping them make good decisions that have a long-term benefit for lots of systems in their buildings.
So it sounds like what you're saying is an expansion of what Dick was talking about at the beginning, is besides a needs analysis, you've got to look at an asset analysis. And wait a second, I got to go down the checklist here. Yeah, I got a bunch of spaghetti that the Verizon and, you know, Bell Atlantic and, you know, Thomas Edison left in this closet. But so beyond that, now I've got to look, and I've got to give them an understanding of, hey, you've already got this, or you don't have, you thought you had this, or you don't. How does that work for in the way you guys approach the market?
Well, a lot of times, you know, what it comes down to is, you know, understanding the why. What are we trying to do? Are we trying to solve for, you know, neutral host DAS in a commercial office building? Well, that's a very challenging space right now, and particularly in multi-tenant, because who owns, pays for it, and operates it is a real big challenge. So, but we do know that things like Wi-Fi and IoT and a number of building systems are all moving in the direction of needing network connectivity. So a lot of our work has been around, what do we need today? And today we need robust, secure Wi-Fi for building systems, building operating systems, and more we're seeing building owners take information from their buildings and put it out to the cloud. So these are some technologies that are being deployed everywhere across the country and are going to continue to grow as we see smart building solutions become sort of the standard for our industry.
Gotcha. So Dick, back around to you. Greg made a good point about looking at these different technologies, and if you're setting up for one thing or another. You and I have talked before, and I know you've got some interesting thoughts on this of, you know, Wi-Fi 6 versus CBRS versus other things. And, you know, my initial decision making on this panel wasn't necessarily to try and tear those apart and figure all that out. But I think it's really kind of important when we're looking at this now to sort of get everybody's thoughts on, you know, there are differences, there are similarities, there are benefits, there are downsides. You know, talk us through a little bit of the technology in terms of what you and I have discussed before about, you know, sort of, you know, Wi-Fi 6 versus CBRS and you know, the pathway to 5G on that. Can you enlighten us a bit?
Sure. First of all, I think Greg was, you'll pardon the pun, spot on. And the reason I say that is he has basically laid out what I think is the right program for a building owner to look at what's there now, to try to make a determination of the needs for the next X years, and then to consider the various technologies. And I guess Jeff and Barbie both hinted at the same thing. You know, one of the things, Rich, that you and I have talked about is what are the differences between Wi-Fi 6 and CBRS and 5G and all this other stuff. So let me just, I think each service is oriented toward a specific set of use cases. No one has a monopoly on everything that needs to be done. We've put wireless services in more than 1,000 buildings over the course of the last 10 years. And each time we put a wireless service in a building, we sometimes learn something new about what needs to be done. So let me take a step back. I consider that there are 3 or 4 basic categories of service that answer the needs of building owners. A truly managed Wi-Fi service, especially in a mixed use or multifamily residential, is an interesting service. And the reason is it provides seamless Wi-Fi calling throughout the community. And many of these LEED certified buildings prevent cellular service in the building. The resident finds out he has no cell service. He can't use a smartphone, and he goes ballistic on the owner. A Wi-Fi calling service does the job very nicely for those locations where you have a permanent base of users, like a multifamily residential. Either a distributed antenna system, which is much more expensive, or a CBRS type neutral host in a commercial environment is probably a good solution, because you don't have the basic constant use people in the building. You have a lot of people who are randomly coming into the building and then leaving the building. And so there's a need to have an automatic capability of providing smartphone service in the building without the user having to do anything. But that leads to my next point. You had a speaker on earlier this morning on the Embracing CBRS and 5G, Derek Peterson, a friend of mine, and Derek is the one who is leading the WBA effort in automated roaming, including Google's Orion Wi-Fi, in which smartphone users coming into a building with a Hotspot 2.0 up-to-date technology Wi-Fi service will not have to do anything. It'll be automatic. And here's the key point. If you're in a building where users use a great deal of capacity, a great deal of bandwidth, a great deal of frequency, then one of the things you have to know is that Wi-Fi 6 offers 1.6 gigahertz of spectrum in a building, every building. CBRS, the GAA side, only offers about 70 megahertz of spectrum, and your typical distributed antenna system is anywhere between 100 and 150 megahertz of spectrum. So those are the things that have to be considered when you're selecting technology. We know, and this is where I think Greg was spot on, we know that the building owner doesn't want to manage the service. And so the service provider who manages the service takes on the responsibility of doing that, handles the 24/7 customer service function, and takes that load off the building owner. And we think that's the niche that we address. And the other thing to point out is if you as a building owner are selecting a technology to do Internet of Things, monitoring the air, monitoring water, monitoring temperature, monitoring humidity, you may have to find a way to deal with other protocols like Zigbee and Z-Wave. And so they have to be incorporated in whatever solution that service provider is going to select.
Right. So Jeff, there was a lot there, and Dick and I have talked about this, and I know he won't be offended if I say that we don't always agree on all of the points that he was making on these things, because I do think that there are reasons for some of the newer technologies as opposed to the older. But what's your take on that in terms of, now we've got needs analysis, but then you're really talking about being technology agnostic. You said this, which I think is terrific. How does one choose from all of the things that are out there now, including what Dick was talking about, in making the right decisions for clients? And you're muted, by the way. So how do you make
Thanks
that
for the
those
reminder.
choices?
Yeah, and I don't disagree with anything Dick mentioned. You know, it's challenging, you know, and one of the things that I think, if nothing else, the common theme that all of us on this panel have is, you know, if you're a business user, you're the client, don't try to go it alone. You know, the best advice would be to find a trusted advisor, find that specialist. Don't try to go down that path and reinvent the wheel. Rely on the resources that you can find that line up, that have that experience, because it can be daunting. And, you know, stay focused on your core business. You know, again, my perspective, or RF Connect's perspective, is predominantly on the infrastructure and wireless aspect. But you can get into the weeds real fast. And so we try to stay out of that and focus on the business use cases, because as Dick mentioned, you know, under the GAA aspect, you know, it's 8 megahertz or 80 megahertz of bandwidth. But if you stay inside a building, there's no reason you can't use the full spectrum, which is 150 megahertz. And up until recently, some of the carriers in this country didn't have that to transmit on. So there's, you know, sufficient bandwidth there. But again, to the point, we look at it as a heterogeneous wireless toolkit that we focus on and apply, just again, reinforcing what Dick was saying. The aspects are, is it sensors that you're looking at? Are there sensors in place currently? Do you have Wi-Fi currently in place? What are your plans for the next phases of deployment? Are you looking at robotics? You know, what type of venue is this? And usually by going down that course and finding out what the requirements are on latency, security, capacity, usually we can help guide a customer down the path of what technology is going to help them both now and in the future.
Yep. So Barbie, we've now talked about needs analysis, and you figure out what they want the outcome to be. Then we talked about you got a whole series of things in the technology space that you got to figure out for them, and then you got to kind of pull all those things together. So from that standpoint, in your mind, how does the team assemble and then figure out what the different pieces of the technology? Do we go with the Wi-Fi 6 connectivity, or is it sort of a decision-making process that you got to go with a little bit of everything to make sure that the customer gets what they need? How does that pull and tug in your organization go? And you know, in other words, if you bring a project in, who are you going to in the organization to sit down and start to make these decisions? Because they sound like you need real input from a lot of folks to figure that out.
You do need a a lot of input. So when you start looking at these really large projects and you see the multiple pieces, whether it's, you know, Greg who's working in riser and backbone and infrastructure, or Jeff and Dick in wireless technology, it's key to the success of the project to actually find a systems integration company that can help tie all of that together. So it's really not even a need to have anymore. It's a must have. And the reason why I say that is, I think it was Jeff who spoke about smart buildings. Smart buildings are already here, but now on top of that, you're layering in COVID and the need to have health and, you know, healthy, safe buildings. And I think that the key component is the actual integration. So you need to find the player that can hold all of those pieces together and become the glue and become the middleman between all of the separate discussions that are taking place. And that may be one person. It's probably more than likely a group of people who handle that, each one with their own subset of skills, be it, you know, data center or infrastructure or even wireless, and you rely on each person or portion of the business to be responsible for itself, but then you have the key component of tying it together. So those discussions have to happen constantly. They can't be made in a vacuum. The discussions of how point A connects to point B usually isn't just a discussion between those two vendors. It's everything in between that connects those two vendors together. So it's really key from a systems integration perspective. And once you've integrated those systems, you know, to the point made earlier, how do you manage them moving forward? And can you work with an integrator that offers transition services? So once we've implemented, how do we successfully move that into a managed service environment? So there is it's a lot of meetings, Rich. We've been involved with some, you know, somewhat crazy projects where we've had to tie in and integrate everything from, you know, a wave pool to a digital sign to a wireless network. I mean, it's a lot of planning so that it enables you for great execution.
Gotcha. And that makes good sense. So, Greg, you know, everybody's kind of used what you had to say in their discussions of these things. So I think that's encouraging. Now you're looking at the landlord and he's saying, okay, I want you to manage this stuff. And oh, yeah, Greg, by the way, we have a building management system that's already in place. So make it work with whatever you're doing in the building. Well, maybe those things don't mesh and you've got to go back and say, yeah, I appreciate the fact you bought this building management system 5 years ago, but I can't make it work with this. So how does that figure into the equation here, where they kind of constantly come to you and you, oh, by the way, I remember now that we have this security thing, or we have this building management system, or we have this IoT that's already been in place. And when we got it, they told us, yeah, don't worry about it. We have APIs, we can connect to anything. So how does that fit into your strategy?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really good point about the practical nature of sort of integrating all these technologies in commercial office. And I think Barbie hit on it when she talked a little bit about the integration place, but I think I'm going to steal Dick's line, you're spot on when it comes to the challenges, because what oftentimes we find is there are different, you know, the landlord is not a ubiquitous single person. The landlord is a group of folks, and that would typically involves the engineering staff, an IT resource, the leasing folks, the property managers, the asset managers. Everybody in that stack on the development side as well has a say in how things are done. And really where we're finding technology is something that's sort of crossing all of these factors. So when the leasing broker tells the tenant, sure, you can log in, connect to the BMS and change your set points, the engineer is standing in the background pulling his hair out saying, wait a minute, I don't want every tenant to be able to change the set points. That's a nightmare for me. So having these technologies be integrated across a real estate company becomes a big integration challenge. And I think part of it starts with awareness. One, the technology is changing and evolving, and we're going to continue to see this moving, and having partners and integrators and working with industry to help get these solutions installed, implemented, and then get them to talk together really is kind of where our next challenge will come. And I think for most folks, it's really that awareness is where it starts. And you'll see now with more development projects, we're being brought in earlier and earlier to say, wait a minute, we're going to need a network that's going to be able to connect my BMS and my access control and my security cameras and all of these different systems that have common language, which typically is IP, and how are they all going to interoperate? So I think where we're seeing the technology move and where the landlords are going is trying to understand who are their go-to resources from a partnership perspective to help them navigate this decision, and then making sure that all elements of their organization are impacted, and whether that's the asset manager who's signing off on the budget, or it's the engineering staff that is going to have to operate the building, or it's the tenant leasing folks that are going to have to take care of the tenant needs. All of these are important considerations and kind of where we see the industry continuing to move towards.
Right. So I'm sure you're all familiar with the term. It's a fairly new term that a lot of people in wireless hadn't heard yet, called prop tech or property technology, you know, on the theory of fintech, and we have lots of different bits and pieces. So I was at a trade show not too long ago with a friend, fellow Sandy Giaccolo, who is part of the Prop Tech Challenge here. He's the fellow who started the Prop Tech Challenge, which is part of this event. And Sandy and I were standing there, and a young fellow came up and had a touchless entry system that he was promoting. And so Sandy, being the safety and security expert that he is, started talking to the guy. He was the CEO, not the CTO, and said, so what kind of security comes along with this? And how do you provide, are you doing a home run to the cloud? Are you doing this? And the guy kind of had a blank look on his face and wasn't sure, and said, oh, and what network can this run on? And he looked at Sandy and said, Wi-Fi. Well, whose Wi-Fi? And the guy looked at us like, you idiot, Wi-Fi is in the air, it's everywhere. You just put this in and the local Wi-Fi just makes it work. Well, I don't think there was a recognition that there's a security aspect that prop tech companies need to feed into, and how you integrate all of the things that are coming, that people are coming to landlords with now and discussing, saying, here's a great thing that you could use for COVID, or here's something that will work with your system, and just put it in. And now there's a security aspect. So Greg, just to finish with you, how do you view the security aspect of this? And then we'll move around to talk about that, because I think that's a big area that maybe we're not, that landlords are not all aware of yet.
Right, and that's, what typically happens is somebody says, oh, we'll just connect to the network and we're good. Well, there is no network. Or if there is a network, it's a DSL line that's wide open to the internet with a static IP address, where suddenly that system that you just added has now opened up your BMS to the cyber attack. So I think understanding that cybersecurity is critical. I think most landlords are starting to get their arms around the fact that they need to ask those questions. And really, for the prop tech community, there are lots of great technologies out there, but they all at some point require a network. And whether that network is wired or wireless to an endpoint, it still needs to be a secure network, so that as we connect these buildings to the cloud, we're doing so in a way that is not opening them up to a cyber attack. And that's something that a lot of folks have their arms around now as a real challenge.
Yep. So Dick, you're up with that. How does that security piece fit in with you?
So, first of all, Rich, I wanted to thank you for allowing me to participate in this. It's been very interesting. I think there are two things at issue, and Greg mentioned them, as did Barbie. You've got a situation where you have all these various layers of people in a building, and they're all doing different things and having different apps involved. Our approach has been to say, look, we will manage the connectivity in the building for anything that you want to attach. And we'll manage that connectivity, and then you have other people handling the applications, whether it's security, controlled access, environmental, etc., and we'll just handle the connectivity. Then one of the things that we do is we have something called user-safe technology. It's a proprietary platform that effectively prohibits device-to-device communication on our network. So we have the ability to do one of two things. We can set up individual virtual local area networks, which allow device-to-device communications on one of those virtual local area networks, but prohibits any kind of device-to-device communication on other virtual local area networks, thus eliminating the possibility of a cyber attack, a strike, spoofing, hacking, man in the middle, all that other stuff. So that's been our approach. We'll manage the connectivity, and you can bring in whomever you wish to, and we'll work with them to provide the connectivity for their systems.
Gotcha. So Jeff, you're working on this in a little bit of a narrower circumstance, but the security is still a very, very important part of this. And what's your methodology to make sure that when you talk to that building owner, that and they're asking questions about the safety and security piece of it, how are you handling that?
Again, as we outlined earlier, a lot of it is bringing it up in meetings, what the metrics are, what they're trying to accomplish, the use cases, business cases, and then you apply, you apply the technology to the use cases, not the other way around. And Dick highlighted some of the approaches you can take with Wi-Fi to do that. But there's also others, and again, we view the world towards a ubiquitous wireless approach. But one of the things that's certainly very exciting with CBRS is because it is an LTE technology, you're able to control the security a little bit differently and at more aspects because of issuing SIMs and so forth to control the, it's the same technology that the public carriers use. So there's a lot to be said about that. But one of the things I was going to say that is an interesting trend outside the security is we're seeing a lot of the landlords, they have applications and use cases that they want to apply, but they realize that the tenants often come in and want to take control of their technologies and networks themselves. And so they want to make sure that they don't interfere with those applications. So again, some of the leading edge real estate companies are taking the approach like Root and JB Smith, where they actually are deploying CBRS to run their networks separate from their tenants so that they don't interfere and they can apply the business cases to that. So there's not one answer fits all. And again, that goes back to where I think, which the common theme here is find expertise, subject matter experts in all the different segments and bring them together, as Barbie mentioned, to help the business user, the business case evolve all that.
Gotcha. So Barbie, in my notes, when we first talked about our prep call, I wrote down right peg, right hole kind of approach for these things. So how does the security fit in with your point? I think Jeff's point is well taken. You've got multiple layers of people here. You've got the landlord, you've got their teams, you've got the program manager, facility managers, you've got the tenants. How do we look at security to, you got everything from the Target hack where they left a key in a computer that somebody had used 10 years earlier to get into their HVAC systems, all the way up to spoofing and all the stuff that goes with it. How do you assure that you can go in and make a pitch and say, don't worry, we're going to cover the security part of it too for you?
I think that the way that it has to be looked at in the industry is in the forefront of the project now, not necessarily as hindsight. So it used to be a discussion when you'd bring in two separate networks at some point afterwards, then the topic of security comes up. And I think now in the world that we live in with cybercrime, it has to be thought of up front. So those security policies that Dick was speaking to, they need to be defined from the beginning, from either a landlord or tenant, and what's going to be allowed to happen within that building itself. And then they need to be
You're all such a well-behaved group. What do you think, Peter?
Sorry about that. I think I was muted. I said I think it was good. It gave us an opportunity to speak to the importance of integration.
Yeah, I thought you did a good job.
Yeah, so did I.
Yeah, I was sitting next to Patrick. Patrick told me Alan Cohen, president or CEO of Howes, was sitting next to me.
Nice.
But he already left. Hey, Aaron.
Yeah, I'm here. I hear you.
Yeah. So all's good.
Good.
So yeah. Anyway, hey Leslie.
Hi, Leslie.
Good afternoon, everybody. Our next panel will begin shortly. If you have any questions, please let us know.
Yeah. What is the next one? Everyone? Where's the money? Creative ideas for replacing lost retail revenues.
Hey, guys.
I'm gonna go over for a few minutes.
Charlie? Charlie? Hey, Pete,
Hi, Leslie. Can you hear me?
I can. Have you talked to Charlie? Do we know if we've had anybody visit the booth or the meeting room?
I don't know, Charlie. Did anyone visit the booth yesterday? Charlie?
I don't know if he might not be on.
I'm gonna go over to the booth right now.
Okay, I'll meet you there.
Okay.
What do you know what department she was in?
I don't. I know we're live on YouTube now, so we'll be going live on the screen in a minute. So, but no, she sold her business to JLL and they became an employee. But I'll find out for you. I'll let you know.
Great.
Yeah, interesting. She's our event chair for this. Done a phenomenal job bringing, a bunch of real estate people to.
Rich, you are live.
Great. Hi, everyone. Rich Berliner here, and we're doing our next panel. And this one is going to blow you away. This is a really interesting discussion for everyone who's in the retail space, the mall space, the wireless space. This is really going to be interesting. So I'm going to let everybody introduce themselves, starting with Gino, and then we'll go from there. But the title of our panel is Where's the Money? Creative Ideas on Replacing Your your retail lost revenue. Gino?
Hey, hello everyone. Gino Corradini here, Dallas, Texas. I'm with JLL and lead our retail tenant representation practice for the U.S. I've been in the business for just over 20 years and happy to be here today to discuss with some of our industry colleagues what's happening in today's market, particularly in retail.
Gotcha. Eric?
Great. Eric Abbott, part of Northwestern University's School of Professional Studies, adjunct professor teaching consumer digital health, as well as American healthcare systems, actively involved with driving digital transformation in healthcare, and really looking forward to being part of the group.
Thank you. Jade?
Hi, everyone. My name is Jade Green, and I'm the CEO of Canna MLS. We're the world's largest online marketplace for buying and selling commercial properties within the regulated cannabis industry. We currently have over 4,300 listings on our platform that represent over $5.2 billion in aggregate value. And we're seeing a massive uptick in the number of properties that are being listed for cannabis use as legalization continues to sweep across the country. So really excited to share a little bit of information about my industry with you.
Good and happy to have you here, Jade. So Gino, we're going to start with you. So you work mostly with occupiers, tenants. We were just in prepping for this call, we were just talking about some of the stores that are near and dear to my heart that have gone away. But how bad is the retail retreat so far? And do you see it continuing or the trend turning the other way?
That's a great question, Rich. And it's kind of a two different stories out there, really. And certainly a distinction between the have and have nots. Obviously, many businesses that were deemed non-essential as COVID hit in the first part of the year around March, they were forced to close. Many have come back stronger than even before, particularly in home decor. And we think what's driving a lot of that is the work from home model that we're still seeing today as COVID cases continue to spike. Folks are looking at their homes and saying, hey, we need to get out and improve. Many of these retailers that are in that space were really struggling, just as anyone or any retailer might, being closed. So we're starting to see some improvement, and these retailers that are out there that are reopening, we're starting to see double-digit comp store sales, which is extremely positive. What's still out there and is of great concern is those retailers that maybe aren't today even paying rent or have deferred a lot of their rent into 2021 only to amortize it over the next 12 months. They're going to have a revenue level sufficient enough to cover that increased occupancy cost. So as we continue to work here at JLL to work with retailers specifically on driving down occupancy costs, on the other hand, their occupancy costs are only increasing because they've deferred so much rent into next year. So there's some challenges ahead, but we are encouraged by some of the businesses that are showing some good uptick relative to their revenue prompted by reopening.
So you want to take a quick swipe at the mall owners here, not a swipe, but quick comment on mall owners. Simon and Taubman merging. Some of the others going out of, filing for Chapter 11 for reorganization. Others just closing up and walking away and handing the keys to the bank. Talk about the malls too with the health of those things. Are we really in some desperate times for the mall owners too?
Malls have been hit hard, particularly call it the C and D malls. The A and the B malls with the higher line, if you will, of retailers, I think will be fine. We're seeing that luxury retailers, in many cases, are still seeing some decent revenue. I think it's encouraging to see some of the large mall landlords partner with retailers. And there's truly a stronger partnership out there than we've ever seen before. We talk about rent deferrals and rent abatements and all those sort of things, but in the 20 some odd years that I've been in the retail real estate business, I have seen more collaboration amongst occupiers and landlords than ever before. And we truly are all in this together. So I'm very encouraged by the parties partnering truly as we navigate through these interesting times.
Gotcha. So Eric, I wanted to talk to you. You and I, know each other well. We've been talking about hospitals and healthcare for a very long time. And have there been many losses in the healthcare real estate area, or is that one that is just completely immune to that at this point in time? What's your take?
Yeah, it's a very interesting question, because what we're actually seeing, what COVID has had is an acceleration effect on innovation and in fact, I'll say divestment, if you will, into traditional healthcare practices. So the brick and mortar healthcare facilities certainly are continuing to be swamped and performing the life-saving capabilities that they bring. But what we're actually seeing in the planning stages now, because of COVID, and also because of the digital transformation initiatives that started pre-COVID, is a model of healthcare as a service with a focus actually on retail and more sort of community-based healthcare approaches. So we like to call it the retailization, that's a word, of healthcare services. And what that means is wellness, diet, nutrition, aging in place. So when healthcare is coming to meet the community, and where we're particularly seeing a lot of investment right now is in health equity. So going into disadvantaged areas where we've had urban deserts, if you will, and making those investments to level that playing field. The final comment I'll have is the use of telehealth, which is being largely deregulated as a result of COVID. And this is also having a reinforcing effect, so that in these community centers and repurposed retail areas, you could still have that quality engagement for low to mid acuity type of encounters.
Gotcha. So one of the things you and I talked about in another setting was that you were aware of a hospital chain that was using connectivity and communications for COVID patients. If you checked into the hospital, in some cases they were using outdoor tents and things, but they were handing you an iPad, and that's the way you were going to communicate with the staff, with the your family, with the outside world. Because one of the things that's tragic about COVID is, you could be on a ventilator and there's no way to talk to the family. There's no way to reach out to people. So talk to me about the connectivity piece of this, because again, our event is really, connectivity based, but I wanted to make sure this panel at least addressed that piece of it, that there may be real help from the connectivity aspect of this in many different areas. So talk us through that, what you told me about the iPad situation and how connectivity was weighing in.
Absolutely. Again, what we've seen is actually, I would liken it to almost like an explosive growth in the demand for high-performing wireless capabilities in a healthcare setting. It's somewhat ironic that we took telehealth, which is really was envisioned for outside a healthcare facility inside. And the use case you just described of using it for in an inpatient setting, being able to limit PPE utilization, but also have COVID patients be able to talk to their family members and so forth. One of the more recent, as in the current second wave we're seeing use cases, is how can we lessen or moderate ED crowding? So one of the concepts that's being explored by a lot of healthcare systems now is using those tablets, if you will. So first we'll triage the patients, make sure that they're not presenting with immediate dangerous symptoms and so forth, and then to lower the burden on ED in terms of spacing, we'll have them wait with a tablet, for instance, or they could use their smartphone, and we'll maintain contact with them until we have that space in the ED or that capacity to then bring them back in. What this means from a connectivity perspective is we need extremely high performing, secure, and private network services so we can support all these transactions. So it's something that we have to have scale. There's great variability because of the changes in demand. One final comment, back to your earlier point about the tablets, because the patients want to have the ability of a quality encounter, being able to have high-performing connectivity is important for things such as the telehealth, the video demands that we have, plus also entertainment and education services.
So Jade, let's move on to you. So people have asked me when they saw the panels and the agenda, what would cannabis have to do with retail replacement and revenue? And so I think a lot of their questions were answered during the recent election, with 4 states getting approval, and people started to see, maybe this is something that's coming to a location near me. So you seem to be one of the most prominent people in connecting cannabis and real estate. So talk us through what all this has to do with revenue replacement.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, one of the things that we've seen as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and what we've been talking about is the complete decimation of retail. And that's not just from COVID, but also from the uptick and increase in e-commerce and online sales. And so cannabis presents a really unique opportunity for landlords that are looking to replace their retail tenants as a legitimate replacement that is insulated from COVID-19 lockdowns, recession, economic turmoil, as well as e-commerce. And I'll kind of explain why. Every single state that had legalized cannabis whenever COVID first hit back in March ended up deeming the industry an essential business. And that was really significant. It was a momentous kind of achievement for the cannabis industry, because I think it added a lot of legitimacy to the industry, and also, soothed a lot of angst internally. Because cannabis is still illegal at the federal level, it means that it's only regulated on a state-by-state basis. And so you have this hyper fragmentation from a regulatory perspective when it comes to how each independent state manages their cannabis market. And so being in the industry and kind of operating at a macro national level, I was really nervous about, okay, which states are going to lock down cannabis dispensaries, which ones are going to deem cannabis an essential business. And I thought that it was going to be, the West Coast states that were going to allow cannabis to stay open, and the more conservative states that did not. But actually, every single state with legal cannabis allowed both medical and adult use dispensaries, cultivation facilities, production facilities to stay open alongside pharmacies and grocery stores. So that was a really big achievement that across the board, every single state independently determined that this was an essential service. What's been super interesting, and now that we've kind of been in COVID for, I don't know, 9 months, it feels like an eternity now, is just the surge in sales that we've seen in the cannabis industry. So from March of 2020 to April of 2020, Colorado saw a 43% increase in consumer spending. Las Vegas saw a 32% increase in consumer spending, and Massachusetts saw a 48% increase in consumer spending on cannabis. And you might think, well, that was just panic buying, that was at the onset of the recession, but no, actually, from August until October of this year in Colorado, there was a 72% increase in consumer spending on cannabis. So now cannabis has officially been labeled recession-proof. Just like in times of economic and social unrest, alcohol sales tend to increase, cannabis sales have now increased in the same fashion. And a majority of the consumers that are responding to these surveys are saying that they're purchasing cannabis to treat their pandemic-related stress. So insomnia, anxiety, I'm sure there's a lot of boredom, stuck home watching Netflix mixed in there too, but whatever the reason is, whatever the reason is, the motivation, there are a lot of people that are consuming cannabis. So not only is the industry now insulated from lockdowns, that they're allowed to stay open, but also insulated from the economic downturn. And this trend is not going anywhere, right? We're seeing that cannabis has a 14% projected CAGR through 2025, and over $30 billion in legal sales are expected in 2025. So you're absolutely right, Rich, when you say maybe cannabis is coming to a place near me. We have 35 states now that have legalized cannabis. 1 in 3 Americans live in a state with adult use laws, and 230 million Americans have access to cannabis in some form. So that is all very, very positive. But one of, I think, the most nuanced things about cannabis, or the biggest differentiators when you compare it to other essential businesses, is that the threat from e-commerce is very minimal, at least at this point in time. Because cannabis is not regulated at the federal level, it's federally illegal, but regulated on a state-by-state basis, cannabis is not allowed to cross state lines. So when you think about Amazon or traditional e-commerce, how much product is shipped across state lines from the manufacturer to the distributor to the end consumer. And with cannabis, everything has to stay in a self-contained ecosystem on a state-by-state basis. So you can't put product in the mail, even to go from San Francisco down to LA, it has to be driven, and you can't allow products to cross state lines. And so while there are a few technology companies that are trying to become the Postmates of cannabis, what's really interesting is that every legal cannabis sale has to be booked by typically a retailer, and in some cases a manufacturer. But you don't have an independent third party like a Postmates that is, or an Amazon, that is able to actually process a payment for cannabis. You have to be a legal cannabis operator. So the threat from e-commerce is really minimal in cannabis, in the industry, and so you're insulated from that threat as well. So I think that from an opportunity perspective, if you do have commercial properties, especially retail properties that are, properly zoned, and happy to get into the zoning requirements later, but there is a really unique opportunity for these landlords to lease their spaces and replace their retail tenants with dispensaries, which might actually be some of the most stable tenants that you could have at this point in time.
Gotcha. Jade, are there any challenges that you're seeing out there when you go in to open a dispensary in a retail environment from a zoning perspective, or restrictions from co-tenants and other just folks that say, this isn't legal at the federal level, so we don't want it in our center? Tell us a little bit about some of those challenges you come across.
Yeah, I think cannabis is synonymous with challenge at this point, Gino, but it's one of those things that with a nascent industry, with the hyper fragmentation at the regulatory level, things change all the time. But absolutely, even the fact that cannabis is federally illegal poses a lot of challenges, not just for property owners, but for participants as well. Zoning is certainly one of the most nuanced and most prohibitive restrictions that face the cannabis industry, because every state, again, has its own regulations for licensing, for zoning. The zoning typically happens at the municipal level, and you have specific zones that are where commercial cannabis activities are permitted. But then you also have what are called sensitive use buffers. So not only the specific zones where you can operate, but sensitive use buffers are a mandated amount of space that has to be between a cannabis operation and sensitive use parcels like schools, churches, daycares, parks, and every single city has different regulations for what those sensitive use buffers may be. So you may have a properly zoned piece of real estate, and you may be comfortable as a landlord leasing to a cannabis tenant, but if there's a daycare next door, you still may not qualify. So already there are so few properties that are available just from a regulatory perspective, and then of course from an operator and from a landlord and from a co-tenant perspective, the comfort level tends to vary on a case-by-case basis pretty significantly. But from a property owner perspective, another matter of significance is if your property is levered, if you've got a mortgage or a bank loan against that property, I have yet to meet an FDIC insured financial institution that will allow you to lease to a cannabis tenant. So they could foreclose on the property, and so you need to be very careful if you do have a levered property that you want to lease for cannabis purposes. I have yet to see that happen successfully if the bank finds out that you are leasing to those types of activities. So that's something to be really aware of. From a co-tenant perspective, it's actually kind of funny. We're just now getting some really good data in the industry about how cannabis affects foot traffic and traffic at neighboring businesses, how it affects property rates. There's actually quite a few studies that show that having a cannabis business increases property values, but that typically is because the lease rates and the purchase prices of cannabis permitted properties are so much higher and above market compared to other sectors. So it kind of drives up the local prices a little bit. But there's also a lot of foot traffic. Now, on the other side of that, there is such thing as too much of a good thing, right? So we have a couple of clients that have retail locations in Los Angeles, for example, and it has increased traffic so much that the city actually has to shut down certain roads at certain points of the day because there are so many people walking and driving to that dispensary. And so it's a challenge for cities who don't want to give up the tax revenue, but still need to make sure that, having a very busy dispensary isn't posing any kind of threat to a neighborhood from just a traffic or safety perspective. But also co-tenants, they can be a little bit upset if the parking lot is suddenly full of people going to the dispensary and now their customers don't have, places to park. But again, as a property owner who may be interested in leasing to this sector, you kind of have to understand, don't underestimate the appeal of a dispensary. And e-commerce and home delivery is not a big part of our industry, and therefore most people do purchase in person. And we have stores in California that do $8 million a month in sales. That's a lot of people coming through the door. And so you need to make sure that if you are going to lease to a cannabis company, you don't underestimate how that traffic could affect the other tenants that you have in your space.
So Gino, besides now the aspect of this new technology or this new aspect of business that we've just learned about, what are you recommending for clients when they come to you to talk about retail replacement? What's your discussion with them been of late? And is it, I'm saying this tongue in cheek, but is it everything from pack it in to wait it out? So what are you telling them?
They're not sitting idle, and that goes for retailers and landlords. Landlords are looking for alternative sources of rental income. And as Eric alluded to earlier, many landlords that have been traditionally retail landlords are looking to, in some cases, to repurpose their properties, whether it's some sort of a medical use, multifamily. We're seeing a lot of landlords rethink the last mile, the fulfillment center. And these are big national landlords that we work with on a daily basis all around the country. Because with the rise in e-commerce, those businesses that are the large leaders in e-commerce are wanting to get closer and closer to the rooftops. And so that last mile is something of consideration. And then on the retailer side of the house, retailers are starting to get get very creative. Walmart, with nearly 4,700 or so locations across the U.S., they're looking to have e-commerce inventory, if you will, in their stores. You're seeing that with Best Buy. You're seeing that with Bed Bath & Beyond. So not only are landlords looking at ways to repurpose their real estate, their shopping centers, retailers are also saying, how can we generate more revenue out of this box than those customers that are just walking through the door on a day-to-day basis?
Gotcha. And are there any sort of things, I mean, obviously you don't want to share the secret sauce potentially, but are there any things that have come up of late that you're seeing that a lot of people haven't thought of yet? I mean, obviously we've heard anecdotally of Amazon wanting to take over a mall to do a distribution center. We've heard about medical. We've heard about some of the other things. I've heard of a mall basically selling to a company building houses on the property. And any other great ideas or interesting things that you've seen come out of late that we haven't talked about?
I think what's interesting about it, you can't just flip a switch. It might not be as challenging as Jade was describing with cannabis, but it's not as you can go. It's not just as you can go into a retail shopping center and say, "Wow, this would be great for a fulfillment center, a distribution center of sorts," because there's so many things to consider. The local municipality is going to have to forego the sales tax dollars that were once generated from that retail shopping center by selling product. You have the potential for more industrial type traffic moving product in and out. And so think about your local grocery that might be, within less than a mile of your home. And now you have all this traffic. It's not the nicer looking grocery center that it once was. It's a warehouse. It looks like something perhaps that should belong in an industrial park. So you've got the zoning issues. You've got all of those different things. And even from the physical plant, such as dock doors, is there enough room for turning radius for larger trucks, if it comes to that? And each one of these is a bit of a snowflake from the physical plant itself to the local municipality and some of the restrictions that are there that go along with changing use.
And that's why I assume they have someone like you to help them through the process. So kudos. I mean, that's an interesting thing, and there's probably a big call for that in working with someone like you. Eric, you talked a little bit about telehealth, and that's a really important aspect of what's going on. But talk to us about even the medical uses for what Jade is talking about. Obviously, there's opportunities there, but start with telehealth. Where are we with that process, and move into what's in the future for us in medical?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think what's really interesting is if we look at envision telehealth as it is today, we'll call it telehealth 1.0, very much centered around effectively a video conference session where it could be synchronous or asynchronous. It may involve or may not involve the real-time collection of vitals, or at least exchanging of certain vital information, pulse ox, blood pressure, and so forth. What's really interesting is when we moved, and we are moving towards this, a telehealth 2.0 that involves something called computer vision. Here's that buzzword AI that's going to come into play here, plus mobile edge computing capabilities, think 5G or private LTE. And what we really start having now is a very, very interesting way to have a much more contextual and meaningful discussion or engagement, if you will, with your care providers. So this could be something where, for instance, the patient doesn't have to be concerned about a collection of wearables, for instance, as it is today, to collect that vitals information. That can all be now detected using high definition cameras that many current endpoint devices already have integrated into them. That includes, by the way, blood pressure, which is something that just emerged in the last 12 to 14 months. So while you're having the encounter, all this information is being exchanged, so you have a much greater or richness with your care plan. In addition to that, we can now start to envision things such as activity monitoring in real time. So for instance, the physician may say, please get up and walk around the room. Now the AI and the physician, in what's called an augmented capability, are being able to do evaluation. And what we're finding in the research is that combination, we'll call it the empathy or the ethical component that's contributed by the physician, plus the objective analysis from the AI based on very, very large data sets, is able to yield some incredible insights into your level of acuity. A good example, and we're seeing this already in the consumer marketplace, are smart mirrors that are able to not only detect subtle changes in your health and wellness, so think of performance, so it doesn't have to necessarily be a disease state, but able then to provide guidance. So it becomes much more of a coach where you can make those necessary adaptations to your care plan, or if, again, in the case of a wellness, what you're doing. So it becomes very much what's called a connected care initiative. And the federal government has already launched this. I believe in the next couple of weeks, we should have see some decisions from the FDA as a result of this, of what connected care means. So telehealth has moved from really being sort of an abstract part of the industry into mainstream. Again, COVID has played a large role of this, or in this rather, but we'll start to see the momentum building, especially as Internet of Things becomes much more pervasive in homes, where we're able to do diagnostic monitoring, including things such as your sleep patterns, your eating patterns, your waking patterns, how many trips to the bathroom. And one final comment is your social patterns. So we now know that approximately 80% of your health and wellness is dictated by what are called social determinants of health. So the society of you, we're able to now collect from de-identified sources sort of patterns and look at your own patterns. Is it browsing? Is it sedentary behavior? Maybe it's shopping choices as it relates to food or exercise activities. And we're able to actually quite accurately, predictively determine what your outcome is going to be for certain disease states and so forth. And again, this has been one of the big ahas, if you will, of predictive outcomes from advanced AI. So it's very, very interesting to see where this is headed.
Good. So I've got some follow-ups to that we'll do after, but I wanted to get back to Jade. Jade, the name of the company is Canna MLS. I assume that MLS stands for Multiple Listing Service. Am I right or wrong on that one? And how does that fit into what you're doing for your clients in terms of where they can move, what the real estate situation looks like, how they could buy a building, how they raise money for that? Talk us through what your Canna MLS means.
Sure, happy to do that. The Canna MLS is a multiple listing service, and we do have buyers and sellers and brokers across the country that are listing their properties or listing properties that are already licensed for commercial cannabis activities for lease or for sale. One important thing to know about cannabis is that in order to operate in the legal cannabis industry, you have to have two things. The first thing is you have to have a license. So think about that like a liquor license or a taxi cab medallion. You have to have a license, and they're really hard to get. So each state or jurisdiction, like a municipality, will have its own regulations for how those licenses are awarded, when they're awarded, to whom they're awarded, and then where they can operate once they are awarded. And it's a finite number that are issued. So a city might say, okay, I'm awarding 10 dispensary licenses, or a state like Florida may say, I'm awarding 22 licenses for the entire state. And so it's very nuanced, and it kind of varies on a state by state and then a city by city basis. But once those licenses are awarded, they're awarded through a highly competitive merit-based application process. So a city will announce, here's how we're awarding our licenses, here's the number that we're awarding, here's the application, and here's the zoning. And then you have, sometimes dozens of cannabis companies that are all applying trying to win one of those licenses, once those are awarded, there's really no other way to get that license unless that jurisdiction opens the process back up in the future. So it's not as easy as going down to, a chamber of commerce and filling out an application at any point in time and, receiving a license to do business. It is a very, very specific, nuanced type of mechanical procedure that you have to go through. So there is a large secondary marketplace for these licenses once they're awarded. For example, here in Florida, the licenses just to be able to do business as a cannabis company in Florida sell for between $30 and $40 million each, just for the license. That's no infrastructure, no real estate, no assets, no sales, just a piece of paper. And so you see that there is this large secondary marketplace that's available for these licenses. But once you have the license, you also need the real estate. So you have to be able to operate at a properly zoned facility. And that's one of the things that Gina was asking about earlier, is those zoning restrictions are so prohibitive that already a majority of properties are not going to qualify for any commercial cannabis activities. So the handful of properties that are remaining, and you have a license, they have to lock in the property, they tend to be sold or leased at really outsized cap rates. So you're talking on a 10-year lease to a cannabis company, a 12 to 13% cap rate is industry standard from data that we're collecting through the marketplace. So one thing, whenever a cannabis company wants to go into a new market, if they've missed the boat on the application, then their only option is acquisition. So they want to go and buy a license. And oftentimes that license is already attached to a piece of real estate that's properly zoned. So just like on a development project, if you don't want to wait, get something zoned, get development approvals, you would just want to go and buy a site that's development ready. That's kind of how a lot of the transactions on Canna MLS go, is that somebody has already gone through the process of identifying the real estate, of winning the license, and then as long as you meet the state or city requirements for owning that license, you can purchase the company that owns that license, and now you are the rightful owner of that cannabis operation. So we see both. I'd say that the platform is pretty bifurcated between licensed real estate assets and then real estate assets that are properly zoned but are not yet licensed or have licenses attached to them. And so those are the real estate assets that tend to get locked in during an application process. So again, city opens up an application, there's a limited time window, and you typically have to prove to the city that you have a piece of property that is properly zoned before you can even win your license. So what you see a lot of times is that these cannabis companies will lock in lease options or purchase options on the properly zoned real estate, and you exercise those options upon the awarding of the license. So if you end up winning, then you exercise the option to lease or buy. Until then, you're just paying an option fee to hold that piece of real estate while your application is being processed. So what we do through Canna MLS, because as you can tell, it's very complex and hyper fragmented, we connect buyers or tenants with local brokers in each individual market that really understand the individual cannabis nuances within that jurisdiction. So we have built up a network of over 200 real estate brokers across the country that specialize in cannabis in almost every legal market. So not only do we have this multiple listing service of available properties, but when buyers come to our platform directly, because we're kind of the national experts on all things cannabis real estate, we're able to, have them get to know them a little bit better, understand what their needs are, and then match them with a local broker that is that expert when it comes to cannabis regulations in that market.
Interesting. Okay. So Gino, Jade mentioned the zoning piece of things. And it just struck me as she was saying that this is very much like zoning a tower, a cell phone tower, which the process is you have to find a location and then you've got to go through the process of getting zoning. It sounds like it might be interesting in your setting to just talk with you about, how many of your retailers are looking at e-commerce as a pathway to staying alive and being successful in this process? And also, have you had people approach to look at some of the real estate or take their real estate and use it for things like data centers to kind of, work with their e-commerce platforms and those things? Is that something that's part of your world? And where do you see the e-commerce piece of it coming in for your clients?
Yeah, that's another great question, Rich. Retailers are becoming more and more flexible around e-commerce, and even retailers out there that historically have had an online offering, but it really was not any significance to them necessarily, have been really forced to learn from anything from buy online, pick up in store, or at the sidewalk or the curb, if you will, has been a pretty common thing. And so we're seeing a lot of work around retailers trying to figure out how to continue to get products to the consumers, because ultimately the consumers win, right? They're going to tell you if you need a bricks and mortar store or not. Right. There's companies out there that have often operated in a bricks and mortar environment, but they don't necessarily sell products out of that. So there's still this element as the world gets into a better spot and gets through this COVID experience or pandemic, to where the consumer still wants to have that experience. If you think about companies like Tesla, Tesla, you don't see a lot of big car dealerships with hundreds of cars on the parking lot. You'll see more of a boutique store with 2 or 3 models where people can go in and touch and sit in it and learn more about it. Or Dyson, vacuum cleaners and fans. You don't necessarily go in there and expect to walk out with one. You go in there and you see how it works, and then you leave. Peloton can't even keep up with orders as stay at home continues, and folks that have always been accustomed to going out to fitness centers and gyms to exercise and stay healthy are resorting to buying a $3,000 bike, $2,000 bike, and doing it at home. And so those stores are interesting, I think, and will be around for sure. But those are the ones that are really hyper-focused, it seems, on e-commerce, and have been. So they're better adapt to it than, say, bigger box retailers that are quickly beginning to learn and now even starting to use some of that sales floor space for what I would describe as warehouse space to support their e-commerce business.
Got it. Interesting. So Eric, you and I have discussed wearables a lot in the past, and I didn't hear you mention wearables as much as I thought you would in this discussion. But I was watching a commercial the other day, and it kind of fits in with Jade. I think people will begin to use this for many things. Woman was standing at the mirror, presses a button, breathes on the mirror, and it takes her sugar level. So she's theoretically diabetic or concerned about that, and it tells her the sugar level. But you and I have talked so much about wearables. Are you getting away from the theory that wearables are the future of the medical technology and more into interactive mirrors and other things?
Yeah, it's actually the latter. So we are moving more into interactive systems. So the challenge with wearables has always been well, first let me start with the technology curve. It's been really moving quickly, but the challenge with wearables has been one of reliability over time, changing requirements in terms of what the data is, battery life, all those sort of attributes and so forth. Not to mention, some of them aren't necessarily comfortable. So the industry moved towards sort of smart clothing, and then quickly recognized that there's some challenges associated with that. Now they are moving towards more printable electronics or printable wearables. So for instance, being able to do 3D printing of the wearable technology. But what we're really talking about when we say wearables is sensors, to be able to acquire those sort of physiological signs, vitals, and so forth, and be able to make sense of it. So when we move towards more the interactive, what you mentioned at the very outset here, it's a much more natural way for people to interact in the routine of their environment than having to don a sort of suit, if you will, of, we'll call it a suit of armor, of all those different wearables and so forth, which is frankly not desirable, even eminently practical. I mean, think of things such as hygiene. Taking a shower with wearables doesn't make a lot of sense, nor does swimming, and with jogging, they can get in the way. By doing it in this way, what we tend to find is we can still maintain, in fact, the state of the art has gotten to the point where we get better intuitive insights using these interactive systems than wearables. So it's not that wearables are no longer important. It's just that the industry is shifting now towards these interactive systems. So I mentioned the smart mirrors, and you mentioned them as well. That's certainly one area. Smart speakers is another area. Another are what we'll call smart sensors. So this could be sensors underneath, for instance, a mattress pad that's able to detect your breathing rhythm with an extremely high degree of precision, your breathing rate, and yes, even your pulse ox from underneath your mattress. And of course, the computer vision I mentioned with the high definition cameras. So, the future certainly is going to move one towards that. So the wearables, think of it as just evolving into a different way to do the data acquisition rather than something you actually physically wear.
Gotcha. And so the opportunity to kind of connect all the dots for this panel and look at things like the move to e-commerce, the ability to do, sort of telemedicine and telehealth, and the ability for people to use legal cannabis, and again, especially when it becomes federal law someday. Jay, do you think there will be an opportunity that there will be e-commerce in cannabis at some point in time in the future? And does that hamper or help your efforts in this situation? I just, as an anecdote, I looked out in Vegas when I was in a hotel recently, and the Vegas dispensary is humongous. It's a block long. It's a huge place there. Do you see e-commerce interrupting the dispensary move here at some point in time, or is it always going to be dispensary based with a DoorDash kind of situation?
Yeah, great question. And I wish I had a crystal ball, but I think that eventually e-commerce will disrupt all retail, including shopping at dispensaries. And I think that it'll happen at the moment in time where products can cross state lines. Again, right now we don't have access to interstate commerce as an industry, so everything has to be grown and sold within a specific state. But it doesn't really make sense for a cultivator in New Jersey to have to grow cannabis in New Jersey and sell it in New Jersey. I mean, a majority of American ag is obviously not in the northeastern states. So eventually, I think that cannabis will be produced in the states where it makes the most sense from an environmental perspective and then shipped across the country, which means a lot of e-commerce distribution and sales. But I think that we're a ways off because that will, I believe, have to happen at the same time that there is federal regulation. And I think we're still about 3 to 5 years away from that. And then I think that there will always be a demographic of consumer that wants to shop in person. It's pretty common to compare cannabis to wine because you have different strains, different notes, and the way that cannabis is grown, it's a very sensitive plant. So especially when we're talking about in the flower form factor, there's a lot of consumers that really want to go and talk to a retail associate at a dispensary, understand the different effects. There's over 400 chemical compounds in the cannabis plant. And so it really is a very complex plant, and CPG, I mean, is going to take over the industry, I believe, but at least in the immediate term, there's really not an opportunity for e-commerce to disrupt cannabis. But I do believe that, like all traditional retail, eventually everything with cannabis is going to normalize. Cap rates are going to come down, zoning requirements are going to be less restrictive, banks will be able to get involved, and e-commerce will start eating into the market share of dispensaries. I just think we still have a 3 to 5 year window before we really see those effects take place.
Right. Well, you talked a little bit about it. Reminded me of zoning towers, which has been a nightmare, all through the process for the last 35 years to get tower zoned. And I don't see that process is going to get any easier. It hasn't gotten easier in the tower space, and I don't see it getting any easier in your space anytime soon either. So for what it's worth, I think the opportunity you have to show people where they can put dispensaries, where they can put grow centers is fantastic. But so I wanted to loop around to Gino and you, Eric, too. Gino, I don't want to live in a world where there are no stores. I don't know what is my weekend like? My weekend is errands, going to Costco to get gas, to do my laundry, and to do other errands. My Sundays are usually, spent, doing things like that, store-based things with the family. I don't understand how people can be short-sighted and look at e-commerce as the way they want to buy when one day they could wake up and there are no stores left to go to. I mean, isn't that got to be part of your thinking with this, that this may come around in a circular motion and come 180 degrees at some point? Are you seeing people thoughtful of that and kind of looking at that as the logical process here, or people are just down in the mouth saying, it's over for retail?
No, that's interesting perspective, because there are a lot of uncertainties out there, and let's face it, even pre-COVID, e-commerce was on the rise. Grocery stores had started playing with it, from ordering online to drive up and pick up your groceries. Amazon was alive and well pre-COVID, Walmart, Target, but COVID has certainly increased and accelerated the growth of e-commerce. But the consumer still enjoys experiential, to feel, to smell, to get out and socialize. And that's what's going to drive the continued desire and need, if you will, of retail shopping centers, bricks and mortar. E-commerce is going to be just fine. And it's great to provide somewhat of a safe haven. I mean, thank goodness it's here and we can still get products delivered to our homes in a safe manner. But once we get through this COVID pandemic, people are going to want to get out. People are getting out right now because they just can't take it anymore. And that's why we're seeing these spikes. The consumer wants to get out and have fun and socialize and see people and go have a glass of wine and eat dinner out and go and look at different products and those sort of things. So even as we sit here today, and even pre-COVID, there's been a great increase in e-commerce, but we're still seeing, generally speaking, more sales dollars, if you will, go through bricks and mortar. And I think that will continue once we get past this pandemic.
Yeah, and look, the bottom line is it's got to happen. It's a societal. If what happens is societally, we just decide that we don't want to go out anymore, and we want to have everything delivered to us with either DoorDash or our cannabis delivered, or whatever it is. It just sounds crazy to me that this doesn't have a snapback effect when COVID is over, that people go, all my stores are gone. This is ridiculous. I'm going to open a store. I'm going to open a restaurant. I'm going to open, a retail space of some sort. I just think it's gone too far. And Eric, that takes me to you. I don't want to go to the doctor at all, but I certainly don't want the guy telling me to turn my head and cough on camera. So, the bottom line is that is telemedicine going to be something that's temporary and is just a substitute for being able to visit the doctor now? Or is telemedicine really the future for all of us?
Yeah, so I think, we certainly saw double-digit increases in telehealth. In fact, actually, we saw where we expected the industry to be in 2025, where we were in 3 months after the pandemic really hit. The numbers did decrease, though, interesting enough, to the points that everyone's talking about here. People want to have a relationship with their physician. So I think to answer your question, it has its place, but it's not ubiquitous. The state of the art of medicine, if you will, is such that you will always have the need for the foreseeable future of brick and mortar healthcare. No question about it. And in fact, when you look at collaborative care models and so forth, and some of the advanced technologies, including robotic surgery and other capabilities, it has to be for cost reasons, but also for liability reasons within the domains of a healthcare organization. One of the other things, though, I think is interesting with, we have to get out along this theme. We're seeing a horrible uptick in behavioral health issues. And we're seeing it actually manifest itself, as particularly in EDs, where there's been a lot of violence and so forth, just because people snap. And so what we're finding is that it's important for people to get out socially and to engage. So one of the responses that we're seeing to this is what's called experiential technology. So to finish your question on telehealth, yes, it has its place, but will it be exclusively the domain of the future? No. With respect to your question about getting out and socializing, the real estate and so forth, even the cannabis component of it, I think the experiential piece will increase. And here's where technology, again, has really provided the means for it. And it's called, in a technical term, augmented reality. But the ability to experience something in the combination of both the physical real world domain, but also the virtual domain and so forth. So if you see something you like, let's say it's a fashion bit of clothing or so forth, you're able to visualize what it looks on you and then purchase it, things like that, or have drone delivery of it. But I think that, we'll see sort of this hybrid or coalescence around that type of digital convergence with the real world.
Right. That's why we did this trade show, the virtual trade show, the way we did. We're using an experiential platform that gives you the ability to be virtual and not have to, expose each other to COVID, but also to be able to talk with each other and interact. So, I agree with you 100% on that. So, Jake, you got to get the last word on this. We've got a couple of minutes left.
Hi, everyone. We have our last
cannabis is here to
queuing up in
stay,
about 2 minutes.
and I think it's going to be a big part of American life, just like alcohol is at this point. Prohibition wasn't successful, and neither is prohibiting cannabis. But societally, is this an opportunity at a unique point in time for us to look at this and look at the business aspect, which is
Our next panel will begin in the next minute. Thank you.
Hello, Steve.
Hello, hello.
Hey there. How's Jamal today?
I think he's sleeping on us.
Right? You know, yesterday he was dancing, so I thought I'd just come over here and dance, you know?
I ain't sleeping. Oh, there he is. Okay, all right, just making sure.
Let me
You guys
move
coming
over.
to the
I gotta
you
see
guys
you.
coming
There
to
you
the
are.
Tim talk?
Hang
Yep.
on.
Sleeping again?
I'm at the Tim talk.
Jamal, I'm trying to shake your hand.
I can't see you from my view, but I'll go click and shake your hand back.
Ah, that's funny. All right, I got you. You did it.
You're live.
Great, thank you, Peter. Thank you, good afternoon and welcome. Welcome to our session. I believe this is the last session for the day, so I appreciate everyone joining us. The session this afternoon is on leveraging IoT to streamline operations and deliver a better occupant experience. And I am thrilled with the panel that we have gathered together this afternoon. The first thing I want to do is let each of the panelists introduce themselves, tell a little bit about who they are, what they do, who their company is, and what your company does as well. So let's go ladies first. So Beatrice, why don't we kick off with you?
Thank you. Thanks also, Darlene, for having us all on the panel today. I'm very excited to be here. I'm a German trained architect turned award-winning lighting designer and smart lighting expert. I founded two businesses. One is a design and design consultancy company focusing around lighting, smart buildings, working with manufacturers as well on a project base. And the second company is an award-winning smart lighting platform called Lumify. And I'm here excited to speak with everyone about this topic.
Great. And Beatrice and I actually met several years ago at a lighting conference. We were on a session together, and it was very thrilling for me to have someone who was an architect and a lighting expert talking about IoT. So very glad to have you with us today. Let's go to Tim.
Yeah, hi, Tim Dentry. I'm the Chief Technology Officer of Wind Connectivity. Wind Connectivity is a 20-plus-year-old traditional systems integrator for cellular wireless that has made the shift into managed service provider for any kind of wireless, really, but primarily around distributed antenna systems and CBRS. So we are very much in the arena of IoT, very excited to be talking about this. I've been in enterprise IT, not so much wireless, but enterprise IT, data center infrastructure, and networking and cybersecurity for about 25 years now. And so very excited to be able to provide some insight to this topic.
Great. Chris?
Yeah, thanks, Darlene. I'm Chris Wixom. I lead the enterprise side of the business for JMA. JMA is a US-based manufacturer of in-building connectivity solutions. We really provide a mixture of a variety of different solutions, 4G and 5G neutral host DAS. We're probably one of the leading providers of CBRS or private networking. And I'll just say to kick things off, it is an incredibly exciting time for me in this industry with the advent of 5G, CBRS, private networking, IoT applications, and it's exciting to see the business models evolve just incredibly with the rapidity that they're doing. It's a pretty amazing time.
Great. And last but not least, Emmanuel Daniel with Microsoft.
Hi, Darlene. Thank you so much for having me, and it's great to be on the panel. My name is Emmanuel Daniel. I'm from Microsoft, and I lead the solution and transformation of our Redmond campus program, along with my friends and colleagues from the Microsoft Real Estate and Security team. That basically involves modernizing and digitizing and defining the experiences for the new East Campus that we're bringing up here in Redmond.
Great. And can you tell us a little bit about what Microsoft does? No, I'm just kidding. So let's just kick off the discussion around IoT. And one of the things I love about this topic is I think it pulls everything together. We've spent the last 2 days talking about the building network, talking about wireless connectivity and CBRS, and talking about digital workplace and smart buildings. And I think this kind of conversation pulls it all together, because you've got to have the network, you have to have the connectivity, you've got to have the devices, you have to have the smart workplace, you've got to have smart buildings. And at the end of the day, this kind of pulls it all together, right? So what I want to do is kind of get your perspective on what IoT is, because I know you hear a lot about IoT, but not a lot of people really understand tangibly what that means. So Amanda, why don't you kick us off? Tell us a little bit about what is IoT and how is Microsoft using IoT in your new campus?
Sure. You know, at the simplest level, IoT is nothing but a bunch of devices that are interconnected with each other. Where it gets challenging is identifying the right type of device that you need to be able to capture the data that you would like to cater to the experiences that you want to provide for the occupants in that space. For our new campus, our challenge has always been, how do we make that space effective, whereby space is no longer just space. It's about bringing people together, engaging, collaborating. To do that, what type of data do you need to capture? And to capture that data, what type of device do you need? Securing that device, connecting that device, bringing it all together so that you can deliver amazing experiences that delight the people in that space is what we're trying to do.
So Beatrice, again, I love having a lighting specialist and architect on the panel with us today. Talk a little bit about how lighting has evolved from traditional illumination, if you will, to this discussion about IoT.
Yeah, first of all, lighting control has been, for decades in the industry, and it's typically a wired backbone and therefore fairly dumb. For me, IoT becomes exciting because typically it applies, it's, connected devices that talk to each other. It's a two-way communication potentially, and also a way to gather data in that aspect. And it applies for me also wireless communication and often the use of the cloud, which then transfers the data. In terms of lighting, it was typically the lighting control, on-off, energy savings. That was the main driver behind lighting controls. But now it really is changing. First, from just like, let's go and see how much we can save some dollars, to the user experience, to personalization, to automation. That is kind of now that wireless controls can bring to the table. But then once you bring it also to the cloud, you can have remote access and access to the data and the dashboards, which becomes really interesting. This is the traditional kind of lighting application. But now that you have the system in place, and where it really becomes interesting, is you can make it connect to other systems. For example, one lighting manufacturer which started off in lighting controls is now with a new user case really in the forefront around with COVID, with asset tracking. They turned from asset tracking to actually people tracking, to contact tracing. So it is really changing and pivoting, and that becomes the power of IoT, that you look outside the box from an original defined user case, but now that you can interconnect the system, you can create new user cases and applications, and that makes it so interesting and exciting at this time.
No, that's great, because we've got smart workplaces and smart buildings and now smart ceilings. So with the installation of sensors, really using the ceiling and that lighting network and lighting control system for more than just illuminating space. So Tim, let's go to you. What is your definition of IoT, and what is Win Connectivity doing in the IoT space?
Yeah, so I would lump IoT into three different categories. You'd have like machine-to-machine communications, traditional machine-to-machine communications. Then you would have critical IoT, as well as you would also have massive IoT. And the difference being is the traffic type that each one uses, and for communication either between machine-to-machine or cloud-to-machine or cloud-to-sensor. And then also the type of reliability and latency that it needs from the sense of traffic and being able to manage the traffic across the network. So for example, massive IoT latency is not as critical. So these might be data collected from temperature and motion sensors versus critical IoT, which might be sensors that are performing some surveillance activity, which requires ultra reliability, low latency. So I would classify those 3 types of IoT, and then from there determine which type of IoT is what you're using. And then there you might look at, okay, what is the network requirement in the building that I need to deploy to support those?
Mm-hmm. So Chris, tell us a little bit about, what are some of the steps needed to design and deploy an IoT strategy or an IoT network in a building?
Well, as you know, probably the trickiest part of providing a IoT network is to provide the connectivity for it, and that's where JMA fits in. So we do both neutral host in terms of connectivity for IoT devices that a carrier could provide, but then also on the private networking side, and that's something called CBRS, or the 3.5 gigahertz network. And so we've been working with a variety of verticals, including commercial real estate, in enabling that to happen.
So let's talk a little bit, Chris, about what are some of the applications or the use cases? Let's talk about tangible use of IoT. So what are some of the applications that would run over an IoT network?
Yeah, so the way I think about it right now, you're really trying to do 2 things primarily. 1, you're trying to drive efficiency, and 2, you're trying to improve the experience. I was talking to one CRE leader yesterday, and take New York City as an example. There is a pretty large availability of property right now, particularly in older buildings. And so what are they trying to do? They're trying to drive the efficiency to increase the occupancy rate, and then also improve the experience. So on the efficiency side, there are all sorts of applications out there. Companies like Prescriptive Data that do HVAC efficiencies. You can literally, through having sensors on a floor-by-floor basis, reduce your HVAC cost by about 30 to 40%. So that's just one example. On the efficiency side. On the customer experience side, how do I do things like touchless entry, or even drive safety? How do I optimize the use of elevators, going up and down the elevators? Or for that matter, how do I put sensors on a floor-by-floor basis so that I can optimize the space? I think Emmanuel was talking about optimizing space. How do I optimize the space better to drive efficiencies in the building, and then also to improve the experience?
So Emmanuel, let's talk a little bit about, again, some of those applications of IoT, specifically at Microsoft, and how do you measure the business value of some of those applications?
So it's to kick it off, I just want to touch 2 points from both Tim and Beatrice. The business value ultimately is going to tie back to the type of data you're going to capture, and the data depends upon the type of communication you're going to have between the assets. Now, how the assets are connected, are they going to be a wired backhaul? Are they going to be wireless? Really depends upon the experience you're willing to drive. Now, if I take it in terms of critical assets, let's say something as simple as a backup generator. The criticality of the backup generator not being able to come on in case of an outage is catastrophic. So for me to be able to use IoT devices to figure out how is the generator doing, how are the bearings inside the generator performing, right? Is the vibration when I'm testing a generator, is it aligned to how a normal generator should function? Is the value that I have to ensure in case of an outage, everything will work seamlessly. The second aspect is in terms of facilities and operations. How do I drive efficiency of the facilities by ensuring common tasks could be automated? by ensuring data needed to ensure the uptime, reliability, and the performance of the building facilities are maintained on time. Now, this is something that we all take for granted. The next evolution of that, so we start with critical assets, we start with facilities where it's all about efficiency and optimization. As we scale up, we now start engaging with people, humans. How do I create space that, one, is going to be safe, secure, and healthy? How do I create a space so when I go in, based on, let's say, the light levels, based on the noise levels, based on engagement, biophilia levels, okay, it creates an atmosphere or an environment where I'm able to perform at a much higher level. Therefore, I love to come to that building and to that space and to create that work. So engaging not only on efficiency and optimization, but also on engagement and productivity of the human beings is the next churn of ROI that we're looking at very deeply across our buildings.
So Tim, let's talk a little bit about what are the components of an IoT strategy, because again, people hear about IoT and it's basically every device that could possibly be connected. So everything's connected. Windows are connected, you know, our phones are connected, our computers are connected, our doors are connected, our lights, and everything's connected. And so that seems really complicated and complex. So how do you start in terms of putting together some type of a managed IoT strategy?
I think the first thing, I think what Emmanuel mentioned and what Chris has mentioned is you have to understand the network requirements that the IoT assets are going to use. So, for example, Emmanuel mentioned something that's near and dear to my heart, which is business continuity when he mentioned the generator. So I would fall back into my cybersecurity mode, which is the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to think about defense in depth, protecting those crown jewels, because in commercial real estate, as an example, these IoT applications are quickly becoming the crown jewels. So you have to first think about, okay, what does my defense in depth strategy look like? And that could include, for example, a good program for vulnerability management off the provider's systems and tools themselves, because the IoT is not just one device, it's a system and it's an ecosystem. So you have to figure out, okay, how do I protect that ecosystem? So a good vulnerability management program is key. A good integrator is key to make sure that simple things like basic passwords are changed on the systems. And believe it or not, out of the box, there have been many security studies that have been done where, you know, these quick to market IoT devices and systems do not follow basic security hygiene. So you have to start there and determine, okay, what is my security posture going to look like? What do I need it to look like? And then from there, you kind of layer in, okay, beyond that, beyond the sort of the kernel level or the inside, what does my network connectivity look like? And for example, if I were to use CBRS versus an LTE network, a commercial carrier network, why would I do that? Well, because it's intrinsically secure. And it maps neatly to enterprise IT standards from a security and identity standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
So from there, then you can layer on where and how you're going to use it to where what Emmanuel mentioned, to make the best user experience or tenant experience that you can possibly give to that person. Mm-hmm. So that is where I would start. Those are critical elements to get started with any IoT program.
Yeah, and that's great in terms of physically designing the network from a technical standpoint. Let's take a little bit of a step back though, Beatrice, and let's talk about, when you're working with clients, what are the features and functionality that they're trying to enable through use of IoT? So I would think that there's really that tangible, what are we trying to accomplish before we even get into how do we design the network? Which obviously the network is critical, but talk to us a little bit about what are you hearing from clients in terms of the features and functionality that they're trying to enable through IoT?
I think generally, when we're talking about how do you develop an IoT strategy, we should start with the user case, the scenario, the problem we're trying to solve before we go to the technical requirements to build up that communication network. And I think we all need to first then, before we start to define the problem, ask who is our customer or client. And I think that's a very clear differentiator. Is it the property owner? Is it the building operator or the end user? And they all have different things they want to address and appeal to. The end user is right now all about the experience, touchless or health, lighting even now is moving to health application with the UVC lighting or application or devices. So there's a whole different set of problems to solve, while operations is about let's make sure this doesn't break, fine. And that has been already addressed in traditional technology with wire technology, but IoT really gives us a whole new level to create new user cases, to develop new solutions and user scenarios. And this is, I think, where the industry in general has a little bit of a gap. You have a lot of engineers on the table who don't really have the connection to the end user, and the end user doesn't know how to translate it into the technical requirements. And that is, I think, a gap that is really not completely leveraging the possibilities that are ahead of us that we can address with this technology in place. So I think that is for me the biggest point. What is our user case scenario? Can we think beyond the box? Like now we have all these different platforms. If we connect this platform with that one, maybe we create a whole different scenario or solution that we can solve. And I think that's, a missed opportunity that I see right now in the industry.
No, I agree. And I think, when I think of IoT in a building, I think of, the Internet of Things, or things talking to other things connecting with other things, systems connecting to other systems. It's not just sensors feeding data to a Tableau dashboard and giving you a report of what happened yesterday. So if we focus on real-time data and we focus on the connectivity of those systems and those edge devices themselves, I think that's really the power of IoT. So for example, a car pulls into the parking garage at the P3 level, a sensor identifies there's a car at the P3 level and automatically dispatches an elevator to go down to P3 because it knows someone's going to need an elevator. So that to me is an example of a use case that needs that backbone and that connectivity and that network to be able to function and work properly. So Chris, let's go back to talking a little bit about the network itself. And I know, especially with, things like CBRS, how does CBRS help a building owner kind of build their own private network to be able to support some of those use cases?
Well, I think Tim hit it early on. I mean, there are probably 3 or 4 benefits of a CBRS network. One of them is security. So as you put all these IoT devices and other things on the network, you've got to have it be secure. So CBRS is inherently more secure because it's either based on a 4G LTE or a 5G based system, which is inherently more secure than Wi-Fi or anything else. So that's number one. Number two is connectivity for the devices. So if I look at partners that we're working with right now, in many cases, even these sensors are hardwired. And so they have a very difficult time hitting each floor, or much less in different, different rooms throughout the floor. So if I can go to a CBRS solution instead of Wi-Fi or instead of hardwired, I have much more flexibility in what I can do in the building, right? I have control over that CBRS network. I have control on where I've got access and what IoT or other types of devices that I can put on the network. And then the third part would be I now have higher reliability and then also higher throughput. So you've got 150 megahertz of spectrum there that you can use, and with that, I can divide that 150 megahertz into 10 megahertz channels, or depending on what the level of capacity that I need. But I can do about 1.6 megabits per second per channel, and that way I can put many applications on it and do a variety of different things with the network and have it be secure.
Let me ask you a question, Chris. So everyone's familiar with Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, and even to a certain extent LoRaWAN and 900 megahertz networks. When you talk about CBRS, are there a lot of devices that can inherently run over CBRS, or do they require specific IoT devices?
Yeah, very, very good question. So on the IoT side, I would say, the IoT side has not caught up with 3.5. So I'd say at least on the people that I've talked to, there are very, very few 3.5 enabled IoT devices themselves. However, there are many gateway manufacturers out there that any IP related device or any IoT device can connect to, either through Zigbee or these different protocols, or a direct connect with a dongle or those types of things. So you can do an IoT type of deployment very cost effectively over 3.5, but in general, people are using gateways of some form or fashion.
Okay, great. So Emmanuel, let's talk a little bit again about the multiple stakeholders that are involved in an IoT deployment. So we've kind of talked about IoT from an efficiency, occupant experience, space management through occupancy. So when you've been looking at deploying IoT in your new campus, I'm assuming there's a lot of stakeholders that you need to work with to understand what their business drivers are, what their priorities are. Talk to us a little bit about who your kind of internal customers are for IoT, and also what are some of the biggest obstacles that you've had to overcome in order to deploy a successful IoT strategy?
Sure, yeah, absolutely. The first thing, the biggest customers for us are the employees, the visitors, the guests, their families and friends who are going to use that space. The goal for us is to ensure that we create that space so that they love to come and consume it, while it is secure, connected, accessible, and sustainable. This is what we're trying to do. Now, when we have to pull together a strategy, it is very easy to go and ask someone, hey, what do you want? The question and the challenge always is wants versus needs. Okay, is this something that they'll use for just 30 minutes of a day and forget about it? Or is this something that they will use and they'll get so used to it, they will eventually forget about the underlying service where they move from delight to a necessity? So for us, our whole goal was one, understand what do the employees want? And for that, we carried out behavioral analysis of the different types of styles, requirements that they would need. Two is understand how do we maintain the facilities? How do we maintain the device? All of a sudden, you're talking about hundreds of thousands of data points that are going to come into a building, and buildings have already been treasure troves of data with BMS systems, with lighting management systems, with parking systems. Now, added to that, I'm bringing in more IoT devices. How do I manage these devices? And that's where IT starts to come in. And I think Chris made a great point. With the connectivity option of the devices, a larger challenge we're now running into is what is going to be our edge strategy versus our cloud strategy, because ultimately it comes to managing these devices. That's where facility comes in. And as we start to bring facilities in and I say, okay, hey, look, a lighting management system is no longer a lighting management system. It is a system that runs over PoE, it brings power, it carries data. So in case of an outage of a light and I lose my access to data, does that mean the experience fails? So in that case, who's going to respond? Is it going to be the facilities team or is it going to be the IT team? And bringing in the network angle, because I have power and data running over the same backhaul, how do I secure that network so that people just don't come in, plug devices onto it? Now, evolving from there, the next layer has always been how do we cross-train facilities and IT to become one functioning unit? How they manage it, how they sustain it. And last of all is evolving it as a whole to help the users understand privacy and ethics in terms of the data that we're going to capture and why is this data necessary? Because ultimately for us, I can build amazing services, and if nobody uses those services that is powered by my data, the whole building has failed, right? So for us, stakeholder groups has grown tremendously, where it's not just about buildings and facilities, it's about users, it's about guests, it's about IT, it's about networking, it's about security. Bringing all these folks together is difficult. Everybody wants to do the right thing, but the question is, how are you going to piece it all together? There is no one size fits all option, right? It has to be catered to the building, the type of the building, the type of the people that are operating in that building. Weaving this together and uniting the flows of data from heterogeneous systems that exist in a building is one of the biggest challenges we've been facing.
Mm-hmm. No, it sounds as if when we talk about 330-300 principle, that you are very focused on the 300, which is that employee experience. And then kind of that second is space management, especially now with COVID and de-densification, things like that. And you know, while energy is still a big component of a smart building, it seems that our business priorities have kind of shifted drastically, especially with having to respond to COVID. So Tim, let's go back to talking about, you know, Emmanuel mentioned edge devices and cloud computing and things like that. And that all goes back to the network. So talk to us a little bit about, you know, is IoT making things easier or is it making things more complicated? So the difference between kind of edge computing versus getting that data all the way from the edge devices up into the cloud. Talk to us a little bit about how all that works.
It's going to depend on what vantage point you're coming from, but I think when you think about the use cases like what Emmanuel and Beatrice have mentioned with like microclimate, smart lighting, air quality measurements, predictive maintenance for mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, some of those use cases that you can achieve with IoT, clearly that makes certain people's business and day-to-day functions easier. From the perspective of bridging IT and of what Emmanuel mentioned as facilities, or what I would call OT, operational technology teams, that is in across many industries. That's a challenge, whether it's oil and gas, whether it's manufacturing automation, OT, IT, and the constituents within them. There's a closing gap, but I wouldn't say it's close, and it doesn't sound like it's closing in commercial real estate any quicker. So what you have to do there is you have to figure out, okay, well, how do what does that mean if I'm using, for example, a good case in point is, you know, AWS Greengrass or Azure IoT. If you're using edge computing for a purpose to make sure data stays on premise, either for security compliance or just making sure that you don't blow your AWS bill sky high or your Azure bill sky high, as it were, then you know those are going to be choices that you make when you select your IoT vendors and your ecosystem of partners. So from a network standpoint, beyond just the security and like what Chris had mentioned with the reliability of what CBRS provides versus Wi-Fi, and also just covering, you know, miles rather than meters, you're going to also determine, okay, from the edge to the cloud, what data is sensitive and where do I want that to go, and how do I want it to get there? Because much of the protocols that are driving IoT today, and industrial IoT or critical IoT, they are not secure inherently. So that means that you have to consider that gap between when it leaves the premise, if it does leave the premise, and to where it goes into the cloud. So there are many implications in designing that telemetry network that should be considered in conjunction with just the overall connectivity around it.
Chris, did you have a follow-up from some of Emmanuel's comments?
I was just going to say I find it absolutely fascinating to listen to everybody speak. But one thing that I wanted to add to Emmanuel's comment was we've got all these sensors, we've got the connectivity and all the data that comes from it. But the data itself is meaningless unless you have actionable intelligence that you can drive from it. And so that does require, as Emmanuel said, for all these different organizations to come together and work together. But it also means that the different data platforms that are also many times are in silos, to bring them together so that you can actually take these different areas within an organization and actually come up with actionable intelligence and then change the way you do things based on that actual intelligence.
And Beatrice, you know, we talk about workplaces becoming smarter and smarter, and lighting becoming smarter, and buildings becoming smarter, and obviously IoT being a big part of this. To tell us a little bit about how you see IoT contributing to smart buildings and ultimately that enhanced occupant experience.
I think, first of all, it empowers the users a lot more with the interfaces that we are creating now. I mean, Chris just mentioned, like we have now all this data, what do we do with it? And I think when we address the interfaces, user can engage with it more and make more sense of it. And it increases, it brings the technology part away from just the operations of a building and the maintenance of a building to also involving the end user and the clients and the people who occupy it, and to look at the user cases, what makes sense for them in a space. And it's not just about, oh, the slide is broken, we need to replace it. It's like, okay, can we light the path onto a situation that they want to be in? Or in the user case with Enlighted, who went from energy management to now actually asset or people tracking and contact tracing, which used these light fixtures with sensors, then into other user cases. I think that is where the power lays, that you're transforming it now, that you have the backbone of the technology, and now you can start pivoting it and leveraging it. And what do you do with the data and the different user cases? And COVID, I think, definitely accelerated some of the transformational aspects in the workspace, and also on how occupants, what they have a louder voice now, because a lot more is about their concerns and their comfort level and their experience in a building. So that right now drives a lot of the IoT technology.
Mm-hmm. So Beatrice, you mentioned end user experience and end user controls. And it's interesting, I heard on a panel earlier that engineers still don't want building occupants changing temperature or changing set points within a building, which, when you look at the future of work and the future of IoT applications, one of the most enabling technologies is for the end user to be able to pick up their device and say, cool my space, and it automatically communicates with a device above their head and increases airflow instantaneously, and so thereby reducing hot and cold calls tremendously. So how do you feel about this kind of debate between giving the end user control over their space? Because the technology is certainly there to be able to do it. I'm sure you're seeing it in the lighting world. So let's talk about that a little bit. Where is that, that acceptance of being able to kind of transfer control over to the end user?
First of all, I'm a big proponent to give the end user, empower the end users. I think there's some consideration that you need to incorporate. One is context, having an individual user changing a big, office space where everybody communal works in the same space without individual separation might be a little bit tricky. Then there should probably be an algorithm in between to say, okay, if 10 people say it's too warm and 3 people say it's too cold, maybe we'll meet in the middle. That can be also now automated. In lighting, it's a little bit different because it's more localized than the temperature. So we can do it a lot better and say, okay, this person really works better with 3,500 Kelvin color temperature, while this person really gets irritated if it's that cold lighting and rather wants the one lighting, because that is more granular now. And we have now individualized control points, which we didn't have before when everything was on one circuit. Now we can really control the light that's above us or on our table. So that is definitely a different kind of level where we can more individualize than the temperature control. But I do think we should give the end users more control over it, because that's what the technology offers us. We want to personalize our home. Why can we not personalize other spaces that we occupy immensely? And it really goes into the occupancy experience. We had earlier a panel, somebody was speaking about if they don't feel comfortable to go in that place, or if it's too hot or too cold, the efficiency of people goes down. There's a lot of science now coming to the market that, for example, the right lighting really empowers, has a chemical effect on people's efficiency, how they are focused, how awake they are, how alert they are. So we can really start to incorporate these individual aspects into the user experience, or occupant experience is probably the better word. There's another aspect at this point in the lighting debate that is really in the forefront, which is UVC lighting, which is basically battling, it's the whole health aspect, battling germs, including the coronavirus, with the radiation or the invisible light that the lighting device, as we call it now, not light fixture anymore, is emitting. So I think there are a lot of layers that are coming to it. And by allowing the individual control, you will be able to develop these new user cases. I think by prohibiting that, you will not get really, new innovation that infuses the space.
Emmanuel, Beatrice mentioned home automation, that our homes are way smarter than our offices are. And I'm sure we all, suffer with that kind of dichotomy between my house. I can pick up my phone, or I can tell Alexa to do anything in my house, turn on the lights, lock the door, close the garage door. Now we've got wearables where, we can track our movement. We can go for a walk and see how far we went. We've got IoT everywhere, and we use it without hesitation in our everyday lives. Everything's connected, everything's voice command. So when we look at the difference between what we've accepted in our day-to-day lives and in our homes versus what we've accepted in the office, talk a little bit about that and where you kind of see that split, and how is Microsoft trying to take a lot of the technologies that we're used to outside the building and bring it inside the building?
Great points, Darlene. And I think you said it very well when you said the technology exists, right? There's no rocket science, technology is there, but the hesitation has always been, why should we use it and where should we use it in? If you look at the home, the difference is, in a home environment, I control everything. I own everything. So I have that comfort feeling where I go out and buy things thinking that they are a necessity for me, right? So I don't hesitate. I will have more devices than I need, tracking water levels to make sure there's no leak in my basement. But then when I shift from that mindset and I go into a corporate environment where I have an office, the apprehension is, why do people need that type of data about me? Why do they want to know the ambient noise levels I want to operate in? Why do they want to know whether I prefer to sit near a window because I love natural light? Or, hey, guess what? I love a warm light setting because under warm light, I perform at my peak levels of output, right? And that's where the challenges start to come in, where you start giving up control to trusting the service provider to ensure that they're creating the service so that you can be the most productive version of yourself. And that's where the challenges start to come in. I'm a big proponent of empowerment, and I believe space is used to empower people to do things that they could not. Now, when you're transitioning from a home environment is all about you, your family, your space. When you're transitioning to a corporate environment, it's about collaboration and engagement with people outside of your family. Some people, I have just met them. Some people are colleagues. Some people are guests. How do you drive that comfort feel? And that's where it starts to come in. So in that space, if I have to have 10 different people like we are today, different companies on a panel, if we all have to get together and have an ad hoc brainstorming session, what type of data are you willing to give up so we all can have the most productive use of our time, learning from each other, engaging one another, and yet feeling safe and comfortable operating in an environment that is suitable to us? So identifying those types of services and the data that is needed to support those services is very, very challenging. And that's why we always say, what do people want and what are they looking to achieve in a space? And Beatrice, I think you made a beautiful point around the importance of lighting and what lighting does for us today. Now, we've also started to realize, especially in Redmond, when you look at the weather, right, we all start to appreciate natural lighting much more than we normally would. But does that mean I make seats available for everybody near the window? Not everybody would like that. You also have noise levels, you have touch levels, you have interaction with natural environments surrounding you. Bringing all of it in and creating a comfortable environment that is safe and secure, and empowering the user to decide that, yes, I would like to give up this data because I'm getting a higher quality of service than I would get at home, is one of the biggest challenges we're trying to overcome.
So Tim, let's go back to the technical conversation about IoT. And one of the questions I have, we've got all these devices, we've got terabytes of data. How do you manage all the IoT devices? Because they're running over different frequencies and different protocols and different networks, and you got everything everywhere. How do you manage all those IoT devices and manage them in a way that creates more of a kind of a converged virtual IoT network, if you will?
Yeah, sort of a single pane of glass, maybe, is what.
Right.
Good luck, but no. I think Emmanuel hit on, and so did Chris, hit on collaboration, and just from an overall process management, where a simple outage might affect, for example, the use case that Emmanuel brought up about business continuity and a generator. Okay, how do you make sure that the appropriate people are notified to take the appropriate action? And I think in the case of like Microsoft, it's because it's such a hyper-focused organization, they're going to have a better way of handling that than perhaps maybe a different portfolio manager or building ownership concern, which doesn't necessarily have their own dedicated IT group because they've got constituents in there that have their own IT that's providing their own IT. So I think you really have to develop a thorough communications protocol, and you can call them run books or playbooks, but what happens when the worst happens? And how do you make sure that the appropriate people are notified of the severity level? And then how do you automate that notification process and the follow-up with that? So I think there's some organizational and theoretical approaches you might take first to join the different groups, like, facilities versus IT. If you're CBRE, you've got everything you need, but if you're not CBRE, you might not have that. So the next thing is, to the extent that you can automate that, truly get to that single pane of glass. A lot of the providers for IoT now have their own cloud, so you can create cloud-to-cloud visibility. A lot of third parties now are also providing that single pane of glass that will give you visibility into all of your different IoT devices and controllers. So you have to be very selective in how you choose that, because what you don't want is what we used to call in cybersecurity and IT, which is alert fatigue. When every device is throwing something and somebody's sitting there looking at that and thinks that they have to do something about it. So a good procedure, a good set of procedures, and also great automation really help to join, because if we talk about all the different use cases that we've mentioned, that could be 4 to 6 different IoT vendors that you're incorporating into some form of management, whether it's on the facility side or whether it's on the IT side. So, establishing those, and then really establishing your parameters around when an outage occurs, or what type of visibility you want. What is your recovery point objective? What is your acceptable level of downtime for this particular IoT asset? So, and then, go from there. You can then map those into either automated playbooks, or you can map those into manual playbooks where it might be people doing that. You might be dispatching a technician out to the generator. But at least you have that covered, and now you've ensured all of the objectives for all the various constituents and users are met.
Yeah, you mentioned something about downtime of different devices. We've got thousands of IoT devices, many of which may be battery powered stick-on sensors that 3 to 4 years from now can be a lot of engineers running around replacing batteries. But I digress. So let's go to Chris. And to follow up on what Tim was saying about how do you manage all of these IoT devices that may be on different networks, how do you pull it all together in kind of a more integrated, seamless strategy?
Again, we're more on the wireless side. So so from a management perspective, we're talking about how do you deal with all these different frequencies that these devices are working on, and can you provide a system that that can pull together all these frequencies? Even now, people are talking about millimeter wave in building, which we're involved in, and that's rapidly developing. And so what we try and do in terms of managing at least the connectivity of these systems is to provide something that's very cost effective that can handle anything from 600 megahertz or even lower all the way up to the millimeter wave band and 39 gigahertz. And what we've done is we've created a platform that's easy to manage, easy to evolve, because you're not going to, in many cases, want to use all these frequencies. But that can evolve over time from 4G to 5G, from different frequencies to millimeter wave, and have it all connected back in through these gateways that I was talking about to this central system that then gets the information to your centralized database. But that's really how we fit in, is more from a connectivity side.
Great. And just to wrap up, I know we're running out of time here, but I just want to wrap up with each of you sharing what's next. What's the next big thing in IoT that building owners need to prepare for? So, Tim, we're going to start with you. What's the next big thing in IoT?
Siegeware. It's the idea, again, going, I love the discussion of IoT, but as an IT guy and a cyber guy, my biggest concern is how do we protect all that, and what happens in the case where a virus or some malware is accidentally injected into this now, like you mentioned earlier, Darlene.
Hey, Mike, good stuff.
Mike Ward.
Yeah, hey, John.
What's going on, buddy?
Hey, man.
Sorry about that. We're going to be getting them back up in a second.
This is more
Hey,
fun.
hey, Mike, your guy did
Wow.
a good job up there today.
Did a good job.
Sorry. Mike,
Yeah.
That was good talk. Good talk.
Yeah, good job, Tim.
Yeah. Well done.
John, keep clapping. It's pretty good.
Yeah, Mike.
Where you at
Here
today,
we are.
John?
What do you think? Watch this, Mike. Where am I? There we go. Virtual events can be like. So thank you to all of our sponsors and our exhibitors, especially our friends from Nokia, who are our platinum sponsor, and 5Q Cyber, who is a panel sponsor, and RF Connect, brought to you by Annixter. And I just want to also make sure that I thank everyone who was involved in this platform and the 2 days, especially you, Darlene. You made this all worthwhile. You made did a tremendous amount of work in getting all these panels set up and doing a great job moderating there. So I thank you for that. And I really want to thank everybody who tuned into the 2-day event. We had over 1,400 people register. We don't know the final tally yet, how many people actually came in, listened, sat, and went through the entire 2 days. But I could tell you from my standpoint, it was a wonderful success. And certainly I think it'll be the wave of the future. You'll see more people doing this with the leadership that we've shown in doing something of this nature. But to all of you, I say thank you, all the panelists and all our exhibitors and sponsors. I want to thank you for being part of this. And we'll see you all again next year in 2021. Please join us in the exhibit hall now.
and you'll get to
Oh,
talk to
yeah.
Darlene one-on-one. Your avatar will anyway. Yeah, you need to go in and join the, go into the purple platform and visit with us. And all of you can then have the ability to talk with each other, talk with Darlene, talk with the rest of the exhibitors. And again, my thanks to everyone who was involved in this, and we'll see you in the exhibit hall soon.
Great. Thank you, Rich. This has been great.
Thanks, Darlene.
See
Thank
you
you all.
guys in the
Mike,
exhibit
what's
hall.
good?
Gary, how are you, man?
I'm good, man. What's up?
Dancer.
I hear you. Dancing machine. All right. I'm on to the next. What's that?
John Giarillo.
John Giarillo. Okay. Know where he is.